Resident Evil 4 is a third-person survival horror game that follows Leon Kennedy as he tries to rescue Ashley Graham, the president's daughter, in a desolate part of rural Spain. The game is currently available on PC, PS4 and 5, and Xbox Series consoles. Atmosphere. Thanks to the upgrade in graphics and the effort put into the redesign, the village and forest areas are even more vile than before, and teeming with little details that add so much to the environmental storytelling, giving even the smallest and most insignificant room a purpose. There's so many disgusting and repulsive things laying around the village, mixed in with the general decay and abandonment that reflects the circumstances of its citizens. The castle is full of beautifully ornate and dramatic structures, as well as medieval torture dungeons and dark, dank crypts and tunnels, and the island is a mechanical maze of foreboding military structures and cold clinical test labs. But the atmosphere is difficult to process sometimes. The early game is much slower and allows you to take things in as you explore and travel from one area to the next. But as the game progresses, there's less of this downtime to appreciate the world around you, as the combat feels nearly endless. The combat itself is still very intense, and even with more accessible controls, it's stressful enough with the haunting music playing in the background that it can make some encounters feel much more desperate than they really are. The game has its standout spooky moments, with Ashley's section being much more frightening than the original, and the game generally benefits from much better lighting effects to make exploring dark areas more intense, thanks to the constant threat of enemies appearing out of nowhere. Whilst the atmosphere is greatly improved, it still suffers from the same things as the original, but admittedly a lot less. There's far less cracking jokes, and whilst Leon himself is a powerhouse and the controls are much easier to handle, it feels like the combat requires the same amount of attention thanks to there being more mechanics like parrying and weapon durability on knives. The combat still manages to be intense, the music manages to make the combat stressful, and the environments are as bleak and foreboding as the enemies are relentless. That's one Harry Mason.
What the fuck?
Scares.
What was that?
Much like the original game, the scares are a bit lost in between the constant action and story sections. There's several spooky moments spread throughout, but even with things like the regenerators, the scares are very few and far between. The combat itself has the potential to be frightening with enemies coming up behind you, but it's very rarely that it works out that way. It never felt overwhelming. As I said in the original review, the combat is only really as frightening as you are prepared for it. The enemy redesigns are pretty frightening, with even the first enemy's face being frankly haunting, but the truth is that enemies are really only frightening in appearance the first time you see them, and after that you'll see them all the time and the fear dissolves as you gun them down like everything else. The scares that are in the game mostly consist of random jump scares and unnerving encounters with enemies, with the standout being again Ashley's sequence in the castle.
Okay, good nights and stay still.
Though you can't ignore the sound of the regenerators, they're easy to defeat with the right tools.
this thing is controlled by bugs.
Whilst this remake is more frightening, or at least more successful in delivering those scares than the original, sadly the scares don't really balance out for the length of the game. That's still one Harry Mason.
Ashley, run!
Okay.
Hasta luego.
God, I thank you for your gift.
You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly.
Sound design. The game's soundtrack is a real treasure trove of different ideas. It encompasses more traditional sad and slow strings that feel dusty and old, to the sound of grinding stone soaked in reverb. The gentle plucked guitar of the save music is somehow older and more somber, but the combat music is dissonant, crashing of so many different things that it almost causes nausea to listen to. There's the thudding drums and random percussion, distorted whines drenched in static. It's breaking down and scraping through your ears like a metal cabinet on a concrete floor. The sound of rust and violence. The boss fights have an epic feel, from the creature in the lake with its orchestral stings, wild repetitive melodies and monstrous collapsing strings. Other bosses have a choir to back them, and there's a real sense of urgency and finality to them, like they're all the final boss, but you know that there's more. The sound effects are a treat to listen to, with even something as simple as opening your inventory being so immaculately produced that it sounds unrealistically good. And the effort has been put in everywhere else as well, from the sound of guns to opening doors to the eerie sound of Leon's footsteps through a puddle in an empty room. It's all pretty much perfect.
A most warm welcome to my castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Mr. Kennedy.
The voice acting is very good, but some parts of me would have preferred the original voice actors to reprise their roles. But what we got was pretty good. Some great performances, especially from Lewis, who was much more present in this version of the game, and of course, the merchant.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate.
The sound, space and directional audio were pretty damn good, with all of the voices, both Leon's and the enemies' various murmurs and shrieks, fitting perfectly well with the environments they were in, both in reverb and directionally. Sound design was really, really good. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The gore is greatly improved thanks to the graphics, with sickening details not only shown through the realistic graphics, but the added animations, like the police officer at the start is shown to be alive and wriggling around as he's set on fire in a pretty disturbing scene, where in the original he was already dead. Whilst the game doesn't specifically add anything new that I noticed, it really goes into a lot more detail. Blood gushes out of everything. When a mutant explodes, it spreads its sickly yellow viscera in an unnecessary blast that's as satisfying as it is gross. Fire mechanics will also leave enemies caught in the radius a smouldering black ruin, which is also pretty gnarly. The science experiments are truly nasty to behold, and the death animations are just as good as the original, if not better. Ultimately, the gore is more realistic in both the best and the worst ways. That's 3 Harry Masons. story. The story follows Leon Kennedy, protagonist of Resident Evil 2, as he's sent into rural Spain to retrieve the president's daughter after she was kidnapped. He arrives and after the brutal killing of his escorts, is left alone to hunt down Ashley Graham in a town full of seemingly hostile cultists. The story follows the original plot quite closely, but has some pretty major but beneficial changes here and there. The biggest one is tone, with the game presenting itself as a far darker and more serious scenario, with characters realistically acting out how real people would react to the things that transpire. There's also a bigger focus on character interactions and spending time with them so that there's more meaningful connections to the characters you meet, which is never a bad thing. There's also a lot more notes left around that I don't remember from the original that described a lot of what was going on in the castle, which really built up Salazar's character a bit more, as well as some others that you don't really get to meet. The plot development and pacing is a lot better, with previous long gameplay sections cut up with dialogue, cutscenes and notes to remind you of what's going on. The story splits up the gameplay just enough to not get in the way of the combat, but enough to keep the story in your mind. Really, the story was always pretty entertaining with familiar themes of science experiments gone wrong, but Resident Evil 4 added religious themes with a parasitic creature and a deranged cult leader that makes for an excellent backing to the great gameplay, and thanks to the redesigns, it works well with the horror elements too. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Resident Evil 4 was a classic and a staple in the horror genre, even if it's mostly known for adding more action into the mix, and the remake pushes it back into horror territory without compromising the experience. This was an immensely fun game to play and a very impressive game to experience. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I too suffered at the hands of the Plagas, I did not give in to the infection, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Is anybody here? Is anybody here? Yep, okay, someone is down there. Phasmaphobia is a multiplayer horror experience where you and your friends become paranormal investigators and identify ghosts in a series of haunted locations. This is version 0.8 of the game, and it's available on Steam. Atmosphere. The goal of the game is to identify ghosts by using the tools provided to pin down what specific ghost is in the house. Getting it right earns you money for more expensive tools and unlocking more locations, but thankfully leaving empty-handed isn't punishing, it's just disappointing. The first time you enter a location, it's not immediately apparent what's going on or the danger you're in. The early levels are dark, but they just seem like average houses. You can turn the lights on and treat it like a normal home, but this doesn't last. There's a mild sense of foreboding the very first time, but after encountering the ghost, the atmosphere changes immediately. There's the ongoing feeling that you're doing something you shouldn't be, and antagonizing the ghost to let it trigger the tools builds dread very quickly. The environments you enter use a very low rumble to instill the feeling that there's a presence in the building. It feels haunted, and it's effective at not only making the van and outside of the building feel safe, but makes the interior feel incredibly stressful or downright hostile. There were plenty of times where the idea of going back into the location was so unnerving that it was difficult to find the courage to re-enter. This goes further when the ghost disables the lights, which makes the player have the difficult choice of exploring the house further to find the fuse box to reactivate the lights, or sit in the dark instead. The game's level of immersion can rise and fall with the way certain things are presented, with seams in the development sometimes being visible. But the realism of the way the ghosts are presented is never in question. It feels real, and the multiplayer elements I find usually make games like this feel less impactful because it lacks atmosphere with other people around you. But whether you're playing this alone or with friends, the game's use of atmosphere makes it so that there's a sense that all of you are at the mercy of the ghost. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The highlight of the game is interacting with the ghosts. Using the tools to discover details about them and identify them often seems to only antagonize the ghosts and make things worse, but it's something you have to do. By far the most unnerving of all the tools that I used was the spirit box, which can use your actual microphone to activate and identify a presence. Oh yep, there's definitely a voice in that room. While it's a little disappointing that it doesn't react to what you're saying specifically, when you talk to a ghost and it replies, it's deeply unsettling. The other tools like the dots, which project a series of dots across the area, can jump scare the player if they witness a ghost moving through the field, since the ghost briefly becomes visible. Even things like using the night vision camera to see small ghost orbs induces a sense of wonder while still being creepy. The atmosphere is so good and the ghosts are presented so believably that even looking at the numbers on the activity gauge can sometimes just be unsettling, like something you don't understand is angry with you. The number of scripted events is overwhelming, whether it's objects moving on their own, electronics activating randomly, lights switching on and off, or doors closing. The ghost's influence is undeniable, and they all feel so organic and realistic that it never once felt cheap in over 20 hours of playing. The game has chase sequences called hunts where the ghost can murder the player if it catches them, which makes every single time the ghost reveals itself to the player to be inherently terrifying because it's unclear if the ghost is trying to kill you or just scare you. There's a level of frustration with this as the ghost closes the front door so you can't flee, and in smaller environments it's nearly impossible to escape without dying or using special tools which don't seem reliable either. As mentioned earlier, it's disappointing to die very early before uncovering what ghost you are trying to identify, and sometimes the deaths seem unavoidable. The game obviously has a great deal of jump scares, but none of them ever felt cheap. The ghosts are presented in such an organic and realistic way that you can enter the same house and encounter the same type of ghost over and over, and still not know what to expect. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's soundtrack only really consists of the dark ambient music played very low in the mix, which creates a sense of dread. It's effective, but there's nothing much to say about it. The sound effects are very realistic for items being thrown about. The directional audio makes doors opening and things impacting the floor being very easy to pinpoint by sound alone. The ghost sound effects are really impressive, with the sounds of humming and singing filling your ears when the ghost interacts with you, as well as the more in-your-face scenarios. The spirit box can be a little hard to understand, but the shorter sentences are unmistakable and very creepy. Things like the parabolic microphone are unnerving even if the sound effect is a little generic. It's more about finding something than what it is that you hear. There's voice acting for the man on the intercom who talks about your contracts, and the line delivery is a little unenthusiastic, but it's such a small part of the game that it doesn't really matter. Overall, the sound design doesn't amount to a great deal of the experience, but it's realistic, and that's all it needed to be. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore consists of some pentagrams written in blood, and that's about it. Considering the game is about ghosts, there's not a great deal of gore that should be in the game, and from the levels I explored, there wasn't anything out of place or uncharacteristic for the scenarios you end up in. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. Phasmaphobia, being a multiplayer experience, doesn't have much of a story besides seemingly randomly assigned backstory to the locations that the intercom guy talks about as you gear up. Whilst not necessarily part of the story, the journal has a lot of interesting things about the ghosts themselves, and there's still stuff to read in there. Generally, the game is completely fine without having a story, but it would have been nice to have a potentially overarching story to the ghost hunting, or even some world building of some variety. But as the game stands, it lacks a story of any kind, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Phasmaphobia is quite surprising as the only multiplayer experience I've had so far that delivered on the horror instead of using horror themes on top of a traditional multiplayer game. Its unique mechanics make simple things like accomplishing your goals feel incredibly difficult, and its presentation of ghosts is done very well. The game is apparently heading for its next update of 2.0, and it looks like it'll be interesting to try it out again to see what's changed. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I heard the front door close, I did not give up immediately and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Amnesia the Bunker is a first-person survival horror game where you take control of Henry Clement, a French soldier in the trenches of World War I, who wakes up in a bunker to realise he's trapped inside it with a terrible beast. The game is available on PlayStation 4, PC and Xbox One. Atmosphere. With the harrowing setting of World War I as a backdrop, the game's opening is as bleak as the colour palette suggests, and as you awaken in the bunker, it gets even worse. Near pitch black corridors with murky brown walls from the earth and cement inflict this feeling of claustrophobia. The corridors are full of dead bodies of soldiers who fought and died against the monster, and there's an eerie silence to them sometimes that's disconcerting. You're meant to find a way to escape, but it's made very apparent from the beginning of the game that you aren't alone, and the monster you're trapped inside with can hear you, which leads to the atmosphere being mostly of paranoia and dread, crawling under boxes and vents to get into the next area to find useful items. It feels like you're being pushed downwards from the weight of the seemingly hopeless task ahead. Every scraped object on the floor, every creak from a broken piece of wood invokes a guttural groaning from the monster in the walls, and it's almost upsetting that you can't seem to do anything quietly. You're being listened to, constantly. It's nerve-wracking and stress-inducing to think that any mistake you make will bring it out the walls, and when the generator runs out of fuel then the place is sunk into darkness. There's a lot of things to manage, from the fuel to bandages to bullets in your gun, on top of staying as quiet as possible, and thanks to this the atmosphere manages to stay on an unbelievable high for an unpleasant amount of time with little to no respite. And whilst activating the generator and powering on the lights eases things for a little, since the monster is less likely to attack with the corridors illuminated, it doesn't stick to these rules and you are never truly safe. The later game struggles to keep the atmosphere going, with the monster's appearance really becoming so frequent that it's tiresome, but by the end of the game it does bring it back again. The bunker is brutal and unforgiving, like the monster contained within. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The main focus is stealth, and the fear comes almost always from you being heard. The game is essentially you alone in the bunker with the monster, locked in a game of cat and mouse, and you are doomed to constantly antagonize the cat so that you can escape it. The scares and the sound design blend together, since making noise is inviting death, but some of the fear comes from knowing that you need to do something loud to get into a room, but doing so will paint a target on your back. The monster responds directly to loud noises, enticing it out of the walls even in a well-lit area to a loud enough noise. But even smaller noises help it pinpoint your location when it's hunting you. Bumping into items and activating your flashlight is often met with a loud, deterring roar. It hears you. The game doesn't really have scripted events or jump scares, but it has a loud, explosive reminder that the war still rages outside, with shelling noises randomly interjecting things, which never fail to catch me by surprise. Whilst everyone's playthrough will result in different outcomes and scenarios based on the randomized elements of the game, death is something you'll experience a lot, and it does get a little tiring. Since the game uses a central safe room, you'll have to travel the halls over and over, since death means losing all your progress and returning to the safe room each time, retaining nothing if you left and didn't come back. And the game randomizes items, which results in a lot of frustrating trial and error, with it being uncertain what rooms are worth alerting the monster to enter. Using a grenade to blast open a door and finding nothing can be devastating, and now you've got the monster hunting you. The game can be completely terrifying, especially near the start, but death cycles are something that can very much happen in the game, especially if you aren't sure how to solve a problem or the resources you're after can't be found. The random elements and mechanics can be frustrating, but your mileage may vary. Overall, it's still a terrifying experience. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The soundtrack is mostly dark, foreboding ambient pieces, groans and bellowing howls like wind escaping the gates of hell. There's an ancient feeling to some of them, with a high-pitched discordant whistle that accompanies them, nails on a chalkboard that echo out of a tomb. Other pieces sound maddening, an elongated wail, some reverb-soaked insects, a cacophony of alien voices jittering together in a choir. It goes a long way to make the dark, foreboding areas in the bunker even more unsettling. The more clear pieces sound like strings teased to their limits while slow-moving creatures shudder underneath them. It's impressive. Even the safe room music has a sense of sadness and resignation to it. The sound effects are incredible, with everything bouncing off the reverb so well that it's almost lifelike, but more distressingly, the sound effects are loud. The impact sounds of artillery shelling alone is so realistic that it feels like it's really happening, and the echo of a gunshot in a hallway is deafening, as it should be. The sound space is one of the most technically impressive ones I've heard in a long time. The directional audio and reverb are incredibly realistic. The monster sounds like it's moving all around you when it shuffles around on the walls, and thanks to that accuracy, it's almost as good at helping you pinpoint where it is as it can pinpoint where you are. The voice acting is a little limited as there are only a few characters, but Henry himself from his diary entries does a great performance the more entries you uncover. There's a lot less voice acting for other characters and background voices, but there's nothing to complain about there. The sound design is incredible, extremely realistic, and really impressive to hear through headphones. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore is deeply unpleasant. French soldiers are ripped to pieces in the most unsettling way, and what's left behind is truly horrific. The gore provides a stark reminder to the men who failed to stop the beast, but also to the brutality of the First World War, since not all the corpses you see are products of the monster. The gore really stands out and was genuinely hard to look at. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The story begins in the midst of World War I, with Henry trying to rescue a friend who has fallen into a hole. Upon saving him, he finds himself in a German ambush, but despite the situation, awakens alone in the bunker. The story is almost entirely told through diary entries and environmental storytelling. The diary entries range from harrowing tales of the monster's first appearance to heartfelt confessions of guilt in wartime, and none of them were boring or pointless to read, with some being clues to progress and others providing interesting backstory. There's connections to the previous Amnesia games, especially Rebirth, which was neat to see. Generally though, the way the story was told was difficult to piece together, and I left the game with a lot of theories but not a lot of understanding. The real problem stemming from finding notes whilst trying to avoid being killed by the monster. I collected a large number of notes and photographs that still painted an incomplete picture, even though they were fun to stop and read, and I thought I collected quite a few. Whilst the game does encourage multiple playthroughs, there's clearly some pivotal stuff still lurking in my game for me to find on a second playthrough. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. The bunker is a stark departure to Frictional's previous works, and it's left the story behind to present a more intense, isolated incident within the Amnesia universe, and it'll be interesting to see what becomes of it and the custom stories in the future. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I escaped the monster alive, I didn't make too much noise and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The Outlast Trials is a multiplayer first-person horror game where you and your friends perform trials for the shady Murkoff Corporation. Currently it's available in early access on Steam. Atmosphere. Outlast Trials' main theme is excess in nearly every aspect of the game. The trial areas themselves are seemingly constructed for the purpose of testing, and they feel far detached from any real place. Many of them feel like a parody of what they're meant to represent, an over-the-top, oversaturated version of a carnival or a boarding school. The buildings themselves are normal, but dressed with corpses and mannequins, propaganda posters and graffiti over every wall, decay and detritus everywhere. It's impossible to look in any direction without seeing something vandalized, destroyed, or amped up to increase shock value, or to be deliberately creepy.
Wakey, wakey, my little angels.
But it has the opposite effect. It's almost cartoonish, to the point that the atmosphere of vile depravity just fades into the background because it's trying so hard to be hardcore that it itself becomes a parody of a snuff film that you spent 40 minutes in. When something is genuinely atmospheric or spooky, you don't have enough time to appreciate it because of the number of enemies in the area. The night vision helps some areas become almost eerie, but it's not really enough to build an atmosphere effectively. And there are points where the atmosphere does very subtly creep in, but it's rare and undermined quite quickly. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. Due to the lack of atmosphere, the game takes another hit in this regard. Many environmental scares that take place during the game, from random pictures falling off the wall to light bulbs bursting or even enemies jumping out of lockers at the player, are at the most briefly startling, and at worst they're weird if you stop to look at them at all. The main antagonists are like the rest of the game, over the top, with the cop who gropes himself and electrocutes his leg with a shock pattern as his introduction, to the woman who holds a puppet with a drill in its mouth and talks in two different voices and she hunts you. The entire game is spent with the player being hunted as they perform tasks, and there's a myriad of enemies that come and go in and out of areas to impede your progress. In single player, due to the looping areas and abundant places to hide, it's not much of a challenge to shake enemies that are pursuing you, but in multiplayer it was far more difficult because we tended to lead enemies back to one another. The enemies themselves are mostly just annoyances. Their threats and menace is kind of neutered by how easy they are to escape or mess with. Closing a door in an antagonist's face was almost comical how it continued to work, even on the main enemy of that trial. The game did use some interesting tricks in multiplayer, like spawning an identical clone of your friend that would stab you in the stomach, which was unsettling and unexpected. It made multiplayer more tense, and its addition was genuinely brilliant. The game also uses sanity effects, which are pretty interesting in the way they warp the environment, but it brings about an imaginary enemy that drains your health as it walks towards you, which is the most unsettling thing in the game. It moves unnaturally and comes and goes instantly. Whilst it's easy to restore sanity, running around without the items you need to restore it while suffering from psychosis is as close to scary as the game gets. Again, Outlast Trials' obsession with upping the ante has left it feeling like a caricature of its origins. That's still no Harry Masons.
Down this way.
Healthy respect for authority is key to productive healing.
Sound design. The game's music is a large step down from previous games and lacks depth. It's mostly just a swirling ambiance of gentle, unsettling drones, and thanks to how often you enter and leave chase sequences, it's cut off frequently to enter the chase music, which repeats a lot. It would have been nice to have some more variety in the music. What is here doesn't do much to help the environments, except for the carnival, with the jovial carnival music really helping make the specific areas of that map feel unhinged rather than oversaturated. The sound effects are brilliant and realistic. The overall quality of the sound space and reverb is superb. The directional audio was really spot on as well. However, the dialogue for the antagonists is straight up laughable, with the cop being by far the worst I've ever heard. None of it felt menacing, it just felt embarrassing or caused us to laugh as he deliberately said the most offensive things he was allowed to say.
If you ain't guilty, then why are you running? Fucking smoke! He's gonna pay this back in spades! Hey!
The more generic enemies fared better for lines, with some of them actually feeling more appropriate in the way they sounded and the lines delivered, with many of them having vast repertoires of lines for all the scenarios available, which was pretty impressive. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. The gore in Outlast Trials is again over the top, but it's not as needless and immersion breaking as it was in Outlast 2. There's still an overwhelming number of gory things, but in the game's environments and context, the gore just fits in. It's a trial and a lot of people have died doing it, especially taking into consideration the number of murderers they throw at you. The most memorable parts see the player shoving their hand into a corpse's stomach to try and fish out a key, and using a bandsaw to remove someone's legs as part of a trial. The gore that Outlast Trials uses in its actual gameplay is really unpleasant, as it should be. It gives weight to the nastiness of the trials. That's 2 Harry Masons. Story. The game's opening cutscene implies that you're homeless and join the trials just to make money or make something of yourself, but you're taken in by the Murkoff Corporation and drugged as someone else who was taken at the same time is beaten to death in the barbaric initiation treatments. The game goes into a lot of the same tropes as the previous games, with many references to things like MK Ultra and other brainwashing conspiracies. There's a great deal of paranoia in the story, with goals to remove propaganda posters and things like that. And whilst it feels like you're being brainwashed as you do the trials themselves, at the moment there's no overarching story or plot, which for a game with a multiplayer focus isn't too bad. It feels like there's enough lore without really presenting anything, which is enough to fuel the things that happen around you without ever needing to explain anything, making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Outlast Trials is a very hit and miss experience. In single player it's very easy even with no upgrades, because the antagonists are still susceptible to the same things that befell enemies in the previous games. The environmental design is brilliant, but it's over the top to the point of being a parody. It doesn't manage to scare or even creep out the vast majority of its gameplay. It's almost an assault on the senses in some places. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I was bombarded by brainwashing, I did not give in and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. The Evil Within is a third-person survival horror game that follows Sebastian Castellanos as he and his two partners seemingly slip into a nightmare after responding to a crisis at a hospital. The game is available on PC and PlayStation and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The Evil Within resides in its unique state of an ever-changing and evolving nightmare, with the environments morphing around you as if they're being rewritten on the spot. Some places are put together in an almost deliberate video game way to exist as a brutally unforgiving gauntlet for the player to navigate, whilst other places are realistic, vast, dark forests, dilapidated hospitals, moody, expansive mansions, and tombs and temples of unknown design. There's an electric feeling as you explore some of these environments, and the dreamlike feeling hangs in the air, with each new area changing the undertones from menacing to surreal. It can be a little confusing and disorientating, but that's exactly the point. Many characters vanish on purpose and reappear later, and the lack of consistency is there to rob the player of any kind of ground in which to get used to.
It's much more loud.
You heard something just now?
Though this does mean it's not too difficult to become desensitized to it. As the game keeps on shifting and changing, it can feel that holding on to what's happening can be futile, since in a short while, something else will come along to replace it. There are some chapters that feel less intense than others because of the constant changing, with some taking place in broad daylight and others in dark, dank crypts. It's an unavoidable side effect of the way it's done. There are plenty of moments where the tension rises to an unbearable level as the player is forced to navigate traps and enemies that deal quite a large amount of damage if they catch you. The game does heavily encourage stealth, and lurking around attempting to stealth kill enemies really raises the tension quite high, but even regular combat can be nerve-wracking, as engaging with the various enemies with limited ammunition has you checking that you don't waste any unnecessary shots. The game can be very stressful, especially in its combat scenarios, but even walking around the game's many different areas, there's an apprehension that it's about to change, a constant feeling that the rug is about to be pulled out from underneath you for surprise you aren't ready for. The Evil Within's atmosphere varies heavily, from moments of serenity and peace as a rendition of Claire de Lune leaks out of a cracked mirror that feels as soft and welcoming as the safe rooms in Resident Evil, whilst also presenting hellish environments that epitomise evil, even to a fault sometimes. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's combat stands head and shoulders above everything else most of the time, with stealth leading to plenty of startling moments, whether it's being suddenly caught by an enemy or setting off one of the game's many traps. There's lots of sometimes inadvertently frightening moments because of the gameplay and how enemies react to you. But there were a lot of times where the combat went on for too long or was frustrating due to the high enemy damage and random elements of the game. Combat was generally less frightening in the daytime areas, and some scenarios felt so artificial that they came across as more of a chore. It's a very delicate balance that the game repeatedly struggles to maintain. The enemy designs were sometimes fascinating and others a little generic. Some of them managed to invoke an immediate revulsion due to the way they moved or appeared, which made killing them either satisfying or harrowing. There's a few scripted events that are unsettling, with the game using a lot of misdirection to mess with the player, which is a constant theme, and it works both for and against the game. On the other hand, there are some scripted events that felt overblown, with the game camera and screen effects putting a large emphasis on something very small for quite a long time. Sebastian's animations linger for a little too long in some cases, which just felt awkward. There were chase sequences that were a little too obviously scripted, and whilst they were fairly exciting, there wasn't much of a feeling of fear as it seemed like there should have been because of how on rails it felt, even if it wasn't the case. The scares are very inconsistent because the game itself is very inconsistent. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. Whilst Claire de Lune is the most obvious standout track, it's supported by a great deal of atmospheric winding drones and groans, sinister dark ambient tracks that reflect the areas that the game presents. The chase music is a little less inspiring and a little bland, and it does make the chase sequences a little less interesting as a result. The sound effects are extremely well done, especially when combined with the game's excellent reverb. The sounds of heads exploding is a little over the top, but it's not unwelcome. The guns, and especially the grenades, sound fantastic and overly powerful, and even melee weapons like the axes are very satisfying to use thanks to the way they sound. Unfortunately, the voice acting on a lot of the characters leaves them feeling emotionless to things that are going on around them, with Sebastian himself feeling the least expressive. Other characters like the Doctor and Ruvik fare better, with more interesting dialogue in general.
Who's there? No, don't shoot! I'm not one of them. I'm a doctor, Marcelo Jimenez.
You were in the ambulance before it crashed, right?
Yes, we're lucky to be alive.
Have you seen anyone else?
My patient Leslie. I saw him running up ahead, but...
But?
Come this way. Quietly, mind you.
As mentioned earlier, the game has some really great reverb for spacious indoor areas, and it really helps the immersion with the music subtly playing underneath the sounds of the game. There's directional audio as usual, and it's implemented just fine. The sound design is pretty great, especially for the combat, and aside from the voice acting, it's generally very good. That's 2 Harry Masons.
Good lord.
There are too many to shoot our way through.
One of us could try to lure them away while the other gets the gate open. You're the one with the gun.
Gore. There's a ton of gore, from giant vats of blood to enemies being stood on and bursting underfoot in sickening squelches. Shooting enemies leads to bloody explosions that never really get old as the game goes on. It sticks to the player and stains the walls around them. The stuff that's part of the environment is very dark and realistic, and it appears a lot in many locations throughout the game. It's difficult to say whether blood is overused, since it's nearly everywhere and used in most environments when not sprayed on when the player's killing something. It's used in puzzles, and there's a lot of scientific diagrams that require either brain surgery or something more barbaric. Gore is really used in nearly every aspect of the game. It does feel excessive, but it never really feels out of place. That's 3 Harry Masons.
What is going on here?
Story. Sebastian Castellanos is a detective working for KCPD alongside his partner Joseph and Kidman, who arrive at a hospital after receiving a call. Finding the place a total massacre, Sebastian checks a monitor and witnesses an unknown being seemingly breaking reality, and is suddenly confronted by the being before waking up in a bloody basement. The game's plot is pretty weak throughout most of the game, with only small parts of the backstory really flooding in now and then, with notes explaining science experiments that fill up a lot of the early game. It's overwhelmingly obvious that what's happening to them isn't real, but they can't find their way out of what is happening to them. The later game is much better for feeding the player backstory as the tale becomes more personal, with the game's antagonist appearing more in flashbacks, which later come to explain the scenarios the players experience. The characters themselves are a bit bland, with many of them lacking in emotion thanks to the voice acting and dialogue, which makes the few times they're all together feel like not much of anything. The story is a little weak, but considering the game's setup, where the characters are meant to be as oblivious to what's happening as the player, it's unsurprising that this is the case. The story does eventually catch up in the later stages of the game, but it would have been nice to have the more substantial things happen earlier, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. The Evil Within is a game that I personally don't like at all, and it is very easily my least favourite horror game, but it doesn't mean that I can't see its merits even if I don't appreciate them myself. The Evil Within will always be a controversial game to me, and whilst I hope not to play it again, I get the feeling it'll be cropping up again in the future. This is the last time that I'll be remaking a review. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt like I was trapped in the inner recesses, I did not lose my mind and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Signalis is a third-person survival horror game about an android called Elster searching for a missing partner after crashing on an unknown planet. The game is available for Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Atmosphere. Signalis wears a lot of inspirations, openly quoting H.P. Lovecraft and having the King in Yellow as an item you can pick up at the start of the game. It's an amalgamation of a lot of unique things, and it results in a really fascinating mixture. Its low-resolution design contrasts against the flashy sci-fi visuals. The overall look presents a distorted version of the future, a dystopia where androids are imprinted with human minds and emotions they don't seem programmed to deal with. The music is dissonant in some places and relaxed but melancholy in others. Large halls of pulsating flesh fill nightmare realms of brown, rusted metal that contrast the almost anime design of the characters. The cutscenes feel like works of art from a failing mind. Elster is small and weak, and even with guns to fight back with, there's an air of loneliness and sadness to the whole experience, that you won't be able to find what you're looking for as things become more and more foreboding and hostile. Signalis is a beautiful game. It's surreal in places when it suddenly enters the third dimension, and it feels like you've left your body behind because the game's immersion is just so impressive. It's creepy, isolated, and it feels like it's not telling you something. The walls are closing in, and the further you go, the more you seem to leave part of yourself behind. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Despite the stellar atmosphere, the game's scares mostly amount to the combat, which is where the game really struggles. The limited inventory really feels unnecessarily small for the number of puzzle items required, which makes carrying weapons, puzzle items, accessories like torches and healing items exceedingly difficult. The game's enemies also have a habit of crowding the narrow rooms, making it a challenge to avoid combat, and when you do defeat an enemy, there's always a chance they'll get back up and fight you again. You can make sure they stay down with thermite, but this is quite a rare item which almost ensures that there is always going to be enemies for you to avoid or try and fight. It can be frustrating to deal with, and sometimes even hurt the atmosphere to enter a room and find it jam-packed with enemies and items you need to pick up, but for it to happen over and over again can just be tiring. The game doesn't really try any other way of frightening the player, and that's clearly its intention. There's some spooky sections in the cutscenes, but that's as far as it goes, which is a shame. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The soundtrack is one of the most diverse and beautifully melancholic I've heard in a long while. Distorted pianos twinkle harshly these achingly sad melodies that are cut in two by the crushing dissonance of electronic industrial pounding, scratching and hissing of machines in a menacing dirge. Tracks like The Promise fill the cutscenes with despair and solitude, but a sense of finality, importance. Whilst other tracks like The Ritual are murky clouds of sound filled with emotion and this sublime sadness that echoes through each reverberated note. It's absolutely fantastic. To go along with the soundtrack, there's the in-game radio, which lets you tune into various tones and number station style voices that help with the puzzles, but they're incredibly eerie to listen to. The sound effects are haunting, with some really great menu sound effects, like the save game sound that sounds like a boot kicking a ball in a metal tank, this bassy reverberated thud, and the distorted screams of the enemies is like metal scraping against metal, a high-pitched aggressive screech. The rest of the sound effects are pretty nice, with the guns sounding very impactful and cutting through the other noises in a really neat way. There's no voice acting in the game besides the eerie number station voices on the radio, and this works fine for the story. The sound space and directional audio are pretty much perfect and work really well on a game that focuses on sound quite a bit. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore is unsettling. The way it's drawn makes it glisten like it's moist. The walls of pulsating viscera that appear later in the game feel like they're growing. When Elster takes damage, she leaks dark red blood that's somehow unsettling to see seep to the floor as she grips her wound. There's not a great deal of gore in the game, but what's here isn't wasted or overdone. That's 3 Harry Masons. story. After waking up from suspended animation, Elster, a replica unit, tries to find her partner Ariane in their shuttle that's crashed on an unknown planet. After walking inside, she finds a copy of The King of Yellow and a number station starts playing. She then finds herself on a mining colony where all the replica units have gone rogue and is unsure if Ariane is even alive. The story is murky and sometimes a little confusing as it leaves a lot to the player to interpret. There's themes of broken memories from the android's potential pasts, and like it's reflected in the atmosphere and soundtrack, the story is achingly sad. There's lots of diary entries and technical manuals to read about the various android units, and the more that you read about them, the more unsettling and foreboding it becomes. Whilst the cutscenes are the most stark and beautiful parts of the game, they're also the ones up to the most interpretation. Like works of art from a failing mind, there's no real meaning to some of them or the things around them. The story is not always clear, but often tragic, and its several endings reflect that, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Signalis is a beautiful game that's sadly mired by some underwhelming and sometimes frustrating combat, but it's really a very small part of a much bigger and intriguing creature that is the game. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I too sacrificed much, I did not let it win, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Don't always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace.
These photos are pretty old.
MADiSON is a first-person psychological horror game where you play as Luca and use a camera to reveal the dark and disturbing past of your family's home. The game is available for PC, PlayStation, Xbox Series consoles, and the Nintendo Switch. Atmosphere. MADiSON's atmosphere is of deep apprehension, waiting for the inevitable and dreading the moment it arrives. From the very start of the game, there's an incredible amount of paranoia and tension as your father screams at you from the other side of a door about an event you don't remember. It's a little bewildering since things have clearly transpired before the game starts and you're joining in halfway, and it only seems to get worse after you get to your grandparents' house. The first set of jump scares really set the tone for how things will go on. A lot of the game is spent anticipating and dreading the next encounter. Reality breaks down quite quickly in the game, and the house itself almost feels alive as it keeps changing and leading to places it didn't before. And even when it presents itself as a normal house, the puzzle aspects of things are so beyond what a normal house would contain that it's bizarre. There's lots of foreboding looking areas and difficult scenarios that often build dread for yet another jump scare, and the game will drag on these moments of tension for an agonizingly long amount of time. There's an extreme level of distress in Luca's voice, and his shaky words make him seem confused, stressed, and fragile, which makes it easier to sympathize with him and the events happening to him.
So Grandpa tried to contact Grandma with this thing? Is that blood?
I almost felt bad for him as the game goes on, but there's a feeling that you aren't getting the full picture all the way through the experience. Required things like using the camera also feel like you're tempting fate, as snapping photos of objects is both a mandatory gameplay mechanic and a way to trigger events. And the constant experimentation that comes along with it feels like you'll eventually see something unsettling or trigger something you won't want to. It really feels like you're treading on eggshells through a lot of the game. MADiSON also uses sound design to create the feeling that you aren't alone by periodically putting in random bangs and scraping noises. This often gives me pause to stop in my tracks and looking around just in case anything is actually there, but as the game went on, the repeated use of this caused me to check less and less until I stopped paying attention to it, but it did create a lot of tense moments before it wore thin.
This is huge. I've never been here before.
There's also things that make noises for no reason, like the floorboards in the attic aren't moving, but they make a constant creaking noise, like they're being slowly bent. And things like this are just odd and unsettling because of how weird they are. There's a plethora of things going on that layer on top of each other to create this uneasy and nerve-wracking feeling that pervades as the game goes on. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game mostly uses jump scares and unnerving scripted events on top of the atmosphere's brilliantly executed dread to really deliver some unexpected and frankly terrifying sequences. It's often done so well that the anticipation for what you know is coming is more intolerable than the actual scare, but luckily it never feels overused. The game lures you into situations where you can sense something terrible is heading your way, and the dread really does turn into fear once that realization hits you that you have to see this through. There were a lot of areas where I wanted to leave as rapidly as possible for fear of more well-crafted jump scares. The jump scares were often effective even when you saw them coming, like its predictability proven right didn't alleviate the scare when it landed. Some sections with the enemies that never left the area, like the 1950s version of the church section, were frightening due to how the enemy randomly flickered into existence, and caused unbelievable paranoia for when his next appearance would be, since he was largely invisible. However, later in the game it suddenly shifts antagonists for the final section and the game uses the same technique again, whilst you try and solve puzzles, but at least for me it didn't seem to work as well here, or at least by this point in the game I was kind of used to it. The game has some of the most excellent jump scares I've ever seen that feel like you walked into them rather than they happened to you. You never know what to expect, and whether it's paranormal or not, it was always, at least for me, effective. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The music tracks for house exploration mostly consists of low, whispery drones, with delayed and reverbed heavy synths that build up and repeated onto themselves like the sound of madness. There's a darkness to it that's almost menacing, and several of the other areas had similar sounding pieces too. When things start to escalate, it's often a new piece of music layered over the original drone with a higher pitched dissonant melody that gives off a feeling of like setting off a trap, that you've started something that can't be stopped. The incidental music that goes along with the jump scares is all brilliant and varied, from orchestral frantic swells or hits with various stringed instruments wildly flailing away, or a loud grind of some brass like a foghorn from the shores of hell. In fact, when the game goes quiet is when you know something is wrong. The encounter music is really interesting as a dissonant orchestral hit that sort of trails on for ages after the event is over, and it lingers for so long that it feels like something else is going to happen. The sound effects are pretty great and everything works well with the environments, like the tolling of the church bell is strangely eerie, and movable things like the police radio and camera worked perfectly with the very realistic reverb of the rooms, which is brilliant and adds a ton to the immersion. The voice acting is fantastic, especially for Luca and the priest on the tape. The enemy who speaks out Luca's name in dark areas was nerve-wracking every time it happened. A small complaint is that you can tell when Luca is about to say something because of the quite quiet hiss that was probably part of the recording. It's a small thing and doesn't affect the game, but it is a little weird since everything else is so good. The directional audio is a key part of a few sections of the game and also executed really well. The game is a real treat for headphone users and utilizes sound design wherever it can, and does it well. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. MADiSON has very little gore, but when blood appears, it's stunning. It looks realistic and morbid when the time arises. It's not overused or inappropriate, and the scenes that involve it are pretty impactful. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. When the game begins, it already feels like you're behind with what's happening, with a banging on the door and a voice coming from behind it yelling at you that you've done something unspeakable and ruined the family. The game alludes to a lot of things, but at least from my experience it didn't explain what this was referring to, though it does leave a lot of options for theories. I found parts of the story a little hard to understand or at least piece together from the instances where scraps of the story are fed to you, but on the other hand, there were a lot of specific character fates that were made very clear from both diary entries and tape recorders. Luca himself sometimes chimes in to explain things too. The story, from what I understood, was about demonic possession and how it affects, changes people, and ruins lives. Though I found that I didn't really understand why certain things happened or what caused them by the time the game was over, but after looking up the story it does make things clearer over why and allows for interpretations of specific events and why they took place. Even not understanding the story whilst playing, it was still pretty engaging for the parts that I understood, and it may have just been a simple case of me misunderstanding things or missing key items, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. MADiSON is a very frightening game that executes its special blend of apprehension and dread really well. I haven't had an experience this intense in quite a while. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion on horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I never regained control of Luca, I did not go out without a fight, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Through the Woods is a third-person folk horror game where you play as Karen, a single mother alone in the Norwegian wilderness with a son Espen who goes off with a strange man, and Karen is determined to get him back. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. Whilst the beginning of the game is calming and almost beautiful, the tone changes immediately as soon as Espen goes missing. The atmosphere comes from goes depending on the story, and this leaves certain moments feeling a little empty, but when present, things escalate slowly, from the eerie sensation that you're somewhere you shouldn't be, with the empty derelict houses telling a story of their own, to the unsettling feeling that you're being watched. this uncanny sense of the supernatural, and finally being messed with psychologically.
What's that sound?
But there's often a large gap between the moments, as Karen recaps her feelings and the story in general, and the atmosphere dissipates during this time.
When Espen was younger, his father did something terrible. To Espen, to me, to himself. I was left all alone with a child I couldn't confide in. He didn't give me the chance to say I was sorry, and I never forgave him.
There's some parts of wonder and mystery in the spaces between the fear, but the feeling of dread and uncertainty is not a constant thing, and it vanishes quite quickly. Whilst it has some really good moments, the time without it can feel empty. This is almost certainly done on purpose, but it really segments the atmosphere, and the time in between can sometimes drag. That's no Harry Masons.
God damn it, talk to me. Come out. I heard you whispering. Hey! Stop! I just want to talk to you!
Scares. The game scares like its atmosphere are sparse. The early game has the bewilderment factor as it's unclear what's really happening, and encountering enemies many times your size, making horrific, unnerving moaning noises generates a very real fear. Karen is defenseless and there's no stealth mechanics or anything, so there's a minor sense of panic as you try to figure out what you have to do to survive the encounter. Different enemies bring a different level of fear, with some of them being unsettling annoyances and others being pretty frightening. Running away from the larger creatures is terrifying. Once it sees you, it's pretty much over and you're just postponing the inevitable by trying to get away, and the death animations are unique and mostly done with a cutaway that has a distressing series of sound effects, with Karen screaming and the monster wailing that culminates in a devastating silence. The game does have some interesting events, with a note mentioning some water monster that watched a writer from the lake, and there are several points where you hear the water splashing around and almost see something in the distance, and it felt like the game was going to build on this, but it was a bit disappointing that nothing really became of it. The later game enemies don't really muster the same fear as the early game enemies, and there's a large amount of very little in between them. The game has one or two truly great moments, but as previously mentioned, the fear and the atmosphere disappear after an event as Karen recaps what she saw. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The sound design is incredibly subtle between the thick, realistic ambiance of the woods and the sounds of Karen's footsteps pattering against the soil. The music creeps in. Either a sinister, violating series of violins that frantically play at the very edge of hearing, like the sound of madness lurking in the depths of your mind, to a long, dread-filled tone like the sound fog would make. The game has some louder, somber piano pieces, but the atmospheric tracks lurk low in the mix. The music is really good, but barely audible, seemingly on purpose. It doesn't hurt the experience, but it just lingers in the background, adding to the atmosphere. The sound effects are really great, from the frankly haunting moans of some of the creatures to the animals and nature sounds that permeate the game. The voice acting is brilliant, with Karen herself delivering some really heartfelt speeches about her past and the things she witnessed, to the harrowing deliveries of the tormented people in the village.
I'm looking for my son. An old man with a white beard took him, and I think they came this way. Please, have you seen them?
Tis done! Don't you see? Ye whore's son! You shan't take her from me now, Eric! You shan't take her!
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not Eric. I won't touch your daughter. Who is he? Does he have my son? Please, I need to know!
The wolf! You simpering bitch! The wolf!
The sound space and reverb don't really stand out, but they're functional. Overall, the sound design is pretty good. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. Through the Woods has very little gore, but a lot of old corpses that are unpleasant to see. Not disgusting or gross, just sad and harrowing. That's two Harry Masons. Story. Karen, Espen's mother, takes her son to the Norwegian woods to work on her projects with him, but finds herself working late into the night and leaving Espen alone during the day when she's asleep, and after awakening one day she catches Espen climbing into a boat with a mysterious man and swims after him. Most of the game is her chasing after Espen and slowly realizing where she is and her child's destiny. The story is told really well, and the piecing together of information is done excellently to keep telling creepy stories without ever stating specifically what's happening, so the realization hits later. It may hurt the atmosphere and scares, but Karen recapping what she saw is insightful and makes the character more relatable. Notes left by the villagers tell tales of people who are scared of these supernatural forces they've become accustomed to but can tolerate no longer, and the environmental storytelling left by the derelict houses and numerous corpses needs very little explanation as to what's causing them. The story feels desperate and heartbreaking at the same time, with the choices Karen makes and the things that come back from her past. The game's ending feels realistic, despite the unrealistic situation. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Through the Woods is a really well told story that has some horror moments, but it's held back by the awkward moments in between the story and the fear, and as the game goes on, the fear fades. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I was devastated by my actions, I did not give up and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Don't always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Scorn is a first-person puzzle horror game about an unknown being trapped in a series of complex, organic machines. The game is available for PC and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. There really aren't many games that feel like Scorn does. The environments are so hauntingly alien, yet abandoned and lifeless that it feels like you're visiting a tomb on another planet. The H.R. Giger-style environments and the gentle, whispery ambience of the areas leaves the game feeling somehow locked between a nightmare and a daydream. Its organic, fleshy growths pulse over dark alien metal, and a layer of dust and decay tops that. The music plays a large role in backing up great atmospheric moments as you explore the game world, and presenting desolate, barren areas that feel lonely and empty. The early game is really engrossing, with the puzzle aspects of the gameplay and exploring these large maze-like areas. Everything is so foreign looking and there's not enough information to figure out what things are or what they do, and it's somehow foreboding to play around with things you don't understand, which adds a lot of mystery to everything. Through completing puzzles, there's sometimes a feeling of guilt that sinks in, as the puzzle solutions are sometimes costly. The atmosphere sadly takes a turn for the worse in the later game as the combat becomes more of a focus, but the early to mid game is so wonderfully oppressive, but somehow relaxing and empty that its deterioration into the late game doesn't hurt it that badly. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares really boil down to body horror and the fear of creatures in the game. The combat is a heated topic about Scorn, being both incredibly clunky and sometimes very frustrating. It seems to be a deliberate choice, but it does feel to be a detriment as the game progresses. There aren't many scares overall. The game's enemies are mostly frightening because of how bad the combat is, and fighting them feels like a mistake when it usually doesn't end that well for you, even if you win. It's easier but more intense to try to avoid them, as some naturally leave the areas you're in. Really though, the game doesn't have that much in the way of scares, as most of it is down to body horror. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The soundtrack is immaculate, with some beautifully desolate and haunting pieces that evoke all sorts of imagery that, even if you were to close your eyes, would probably draw up places similar to the environments shown in Scorn. There's a sense of decay in them, a feeling of loneliness, and that unmistakable layer of eerie strings that floats over the rest of the music. Some pieces have the sound of unknown creatures whining and howling in the background to supplement those in the game. The music is fantastic, and knowing that Lustmord helped make it is no surprise to the quality of it. The rest of the sound design is also pretty fantastic. There's no dialogue, but the sickening sounds of gore are so wet and slick that it's a horrific treat for the ears, like the sound of the giant machines grumbling into life with low reverberating roars and gallops as they wind up. The reverb that accompanies most areas is just as spacious as they'd be at the size they're at. The sound design is very, very good. That's two Harry Masons. Gore. The impact of the gore in Scorn comes almost entirely from the alien surroundings, which manage to be both deeply unpleasant and frightening, with lots of themes of parasites and unnatural growths. There are a lot of disturbing moments that gave a gut reaction when they happened due to how they looked in first person. The thing that really blurs the line in the game for the body horror is just that it's unclear how much of it is a normal part of the alien ecosystem. It all feels wrong and looks wrong, but the rest of the game is so abnormal and foreign in general that it's difficult to tell what's meant to be. The healing system manages to look just as unpleasant as using some of the machines, with them being fleshy and adapted for inserting fingers into them. Many of the machines that add devices to the character's arms look immensely painful and torturous to use. The game only gets more and more gory as it progresses, and there's a lot of machines that use or require biological things to power them. The most memorable part of the game is so disgustingly sickening that I was convinced it was a game over screen, but the game just continues and you have to progress in this violated state for the rest of its duration. Ultimately, the gore is as strange as the rest of the game. It's repulsive, seemingly unnatural, but despite all the alien environments, a liquid as easily identifiable as blood certainly stands out on the dusty floors. That's three Harry Masons. Story. It's difficult to tell what's going on in the game, and you can only really say that it's about a journey the player character wants to make. going through desolate lands and machines, incubation-like chambers and factories to get to what almost resembles a temple at the end of the game. You have to feel out nearly everything that happens and where it takes you. It's not explained what happened in the end, and the game's ending felt confusing and unrewarding as a result, with it seemingly negative. It's hard to determine any kind of story from the experience at all, making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Scorn is a unique game. Its atmosphere is unlike anything else. Its gore is sickening, but its air of mystery makes parts of the game difficult to relate to or comprehend, and whilst exploring things in the moment, it works to solve puzzles and progress. As the game comes to a close, it means very little without context. The game can be frustrating, and the scares come mostly from body horror, with it not really trying anything else. It's not a bad game, but it certainly has flaws. Again, I'd like to remind you, this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I too sacrificed much to get the machines going, I did not give up or let the parasites win, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace.
Is it another boar?
It's too growly.
The Quarry is an interactive movie-like horror game where a group of camp counselors experience the supernatural while trapped at their camp when summer ends. The game is available for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The atmosphere comes and goes based on the events of the game, with the prelude being pretty atmospheric before things calm down for the first 2 chapters, and then it rises again for the remainder of the game. There's tension and suspense from the story, but it doesn't go very deep thanks to the relationship with the characters. Initially I found this batch of characters a little irritating, but eventually grew to like them as the game went on, which made the latter half far more intense than the first half.
So, do you want to give me some direction on what we're looking for specifically?
Well, most of these cars look like they've already been stripped of parts, just empty frames and chassis, which doesn't help us much.
Okay, so we're looking for engines?
Well, anything relatively intact.
Got it.
It's a little inconsistent, with the game's greatest benefit being its greatest drawback, that it subverts expectations. Sometimes what could have been a frightening or sad moment would just randomly trail off with licensed music being played over shots of the river, which was often just confusing. The atmosphere seeped in certain character interactions, with tons of apprehension in the flashback sections during the mid-game, and the latter parts really nailing the apprehension with the number of important choices in the late game. The game doesn't intend for it to be overbearing, but the atmosphere is definitely there when it needs to be. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game relied heavily on jump scares, but they weren't many that really hit the mark with me. The quick time events were also very easy to complete, to the point where I only failed one in the entire game because I accidentally dropped my controller. There were some parts that felt like they would have benefited a DualShock 4 or 5 of the motion controls, like the part with Caitlin crawling across the beam to stay steady, which I think might have made some of these moments more intense than they were. Ultimately, there wasn't anything in the game that was really frightening even when it was trying to be. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The soundtrack is pretty diverse, but not much of it really benefits the horror. There are some great suspense pieces, but the licensed music interludes and almost romantic acoustic guitar melodies are good in the right place, but sometimes felt misplaced considering the things that were transpiring.
Take it all in, folks. That's the summer camp experience right there, and oh look, it seems somebody forgot to clear the place out. I guess one of the kids left their stuff, or maybe one of the guys back there? But I don't recognize this. Did you hear that? Looks like we have a choice on our hands. Do we snoop through someone else's belongings? Or do we open the spooky trapdoor and die a horrible, painful death? There are literally no right answers. Goodbye, cruel world. The final curtain is calling and there's no time for an encore.
There's lots of violins and eerie guitars to reinforce the deep south vibe, and they almost manage to be creepy. The chase music is pretty intense, and considering the instrumentation, it's quite a wide departure from everything else. The sound effects are pretty impressive, and I can't think of a single thing that didn't sound realistic. Even with noises happening in different rooms, the acoustics just worked like they would in real life, with characters becoming muffled as you left the room. The directional audio was also fantastic and worked perfectly. The voice acting was flawless, and even if some of the dialogue was cheesy, it's nothing to complain about since all of it matched the characters' personalities, even if it seemed weird. The characters themselves were often awkward and weird. Overall, the sound design was a little odd in places, but was pretty much immaculate, generally. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. Thanks to the pretty lifelike graphics, the blood looks very realistic when it shines in the moonlight. Depending on what choices you make though, you'll end up with different gory scenes. I saved quite a few of the characters and really only counted one truly gory scene, and it was quite the spectacle. There are explosive blood transformations for the game's enemies, and they look like something out of Bloodborne, which is pretty entertaining. Overall, the gore will vary based on your performance, but from what I saw, it was pretty impressive. That's 3 Harry Masons.
Well, I guess they don't put summer camps on maps. Have you seen any signs for it? Hey, eyes on the road!
Whoa!
Stop the car!
Story. The story begins with the camp counselors Max and Laura as they hit some kind of creature and run their car off the road. They encounter a police officer who's a little off, and after escaping from him, make it to Hackett's Quarry where they're working this summer. They encounter more than they bargained for in the basement, and then time jumps to the end of summer where the remainder of the counselors, unaware of where Laura and Max are, become trapped at Hackett's Quarry after a sabotaged van leaves them stranded. The story has its high points, but in the first few chapters it's mostly getting to know the characters with lots of awkward moments and unnecessary teen drama between the counselors that goes on for so long it's difficult to remember that you're playing a horror game. These aren't exactly bad, but some of the characters were difficult to like to begin with, and the sections are kinda slow. The mid and later game really make up for it though, with a flashback that adds so much to the story that even though I was initially against it, it turned out to be one of the best parts of the game. Interactions between the cop and Laura are done really well, and the choose your own adventure dialogue really felt like it made a difference here. The problem is that a lot of the choose your own adventure choices also made a lot more of the important moments feel abrupt, as the game skipped over parts a dead character would have been in, and some seemingly minor choices had unexpected important results, which is both a pro and a con. It did a pretty good job at subverting my expectations, and every time I thought I had the story figured out, it would go a different way, which was really engaging, but also some characters were introduced and then killed off a few scenes later, and some people seemed to be assigned more importance than was obvious in the story. The interludes with the fortune teller were abrupt and mysterious, and even with her own playable section, I felt like I didn't know her at all by the end of the game. The ending itself gave a brief section to talk about what became of the characters, but there wasn't much closure on the events, which was again a bit of a shame. Despite the problems, which may vary based on what choices you make, it was still a really engaging and quite fun ride that managed to subvert expectations time and time again. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. I went into the Quarry not expecting much, but left pretty satisfied. The focus is more on the story this time, and it manages to tackle a cliche idea without becoming predictable. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion on horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I lost more characters than I wanted, I did not allow the curse to continue, and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Siren Blood Curse is a third-person stealth horror game and remake of Forbidden Siren that follows multiple characters as they infiltrate an abandoned village and are exposed to the unnatural forces harboured there. The game is available on PlayStation 3.
Hey, wait, what are you... Ah! Shit!
Atmosphere. In the daytime, Siren Blood Curse is eerie, with the thick mist and rural Japanese landscape backed by the game's strange, unhinged music. But as the game transitions to night, it turns dark and grimy. There's road damage and flooding on top of the blood splatters and washed out colours. The game is abnormally dark, and the camera is so close behind the player character that it feels like the night is endless. It's claustrophobic and stifling. The environments you explore are remnants of derelict hospitals and abandoned mines that hide the horrific Shibito, and the way they act makes the town feel like a nest that you're intruding on. The stealth elements exponentially raise tension in more difficult parts of the game, with the power of being able to see through the enemy's eyes helping the stealth, but using the power can be creepy since watching the Shibito go about their business as if nothing's wrong is unsettling somehow. But over everything is this feeling of hopelessness, as things get increasingly desperate and there doesn't seem to be a way out of the twisting, maddening landscape of the town. It's being consumed, and so is everyone and everything inside it, and it's hard to see a way out of a pit so dark. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Most of the game's fear is generated by the body horror aspects of dealing with the Shibito. Their black blood bleeds from their eyes and their cold, pale skin gives way to the more insectoid creatures, with some sporting wings that fly around in an unsettling way or make disconcerting buzzing sounds. They giggle to themselves or perform strange vocal fluttering sounds and strange groans in Japanese. Where things start to go off into the realms of the grotesque is how they turn into completely alien blobs of disgusting insectoid-like creatures, maggots, larvae, and other things that are just unpleasant to deal with entirely. Getting into combat with them is often a struggle, and they'll climb on top of you or grab you, and it's again repulsive but more often annoying. Having to club them to death or shoot them never gets any more pleasant. The game doesn't really use jump scares or scripted events, it just has a lot of roaming enemies. The stealth can be pretty intense, and again, the darkness plays into it with bumping into objects in the dark alerting nearby Shibito to your location, and some characters like Bella can't fight back, which means an instant game over if she's found, which again can be a little frustrating. But the game has a lot of frustration to it, with constantly resurrecting enemies and clunky controls and combat. Fighting more than one Shibito can be extremely risky depending on your weapon, and the game's checkpoints are only sometimes decent, which again is frustrating because the tasks the game sets you never seem difficult until you consider how quickly some things can go wrong. The game walks the line between being freaky and being frustrating quite often, but most of the fear is generated by body horror and isn't really scary in any other way besides concept. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The music can be best described as ritualistic and unhinged, with eerie melodies playing over lopsided beats, people groaning into a chorus, or the famous On des Monot, producing an unnatural shrill synth with a melody so unnerving that it's hard to forget. The music is incredibly creepy or invokes a feeling of hopelessness. There's a lot of unique sounds and cool analog synthesizer pulses mixed together with ritual chanting with a heavy delay to give it a heady feel. The game's ambiance is realistic enough, with it keeping the music quiet apart from raindrops and other environmental sound effects during some of the gameplay sections. The voice acting for living characters is a bit of a mixed bag, with some feeling pretty wooden and artificial, but other characters are a bit better. The Shibito, on the other hand, have extremely disturbing voices. Their strange grunts and giggling is unsettling no matter how many times you hear the quivering Japanese voices, and combined with the unhinged music really cements them as deranged. The sound effects are pretty good and work well with the environments, but the standout stuff is again the noises related to the Shibito. Their bug-like warbling noises are weird and distressing to hear and let you know that they're nearby. The directional audio works pretty well with identifying the locations of Shibito in the area, since they always mutter things to themselves. Overall, the sound design is pretty fantastic and leads heavily into the creepiness of its environments and enemies. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. Most of the gore comes from the insect-like Shibito and their gross transformations. Just examining their bodies is repulsive, with wings growing out of their eyes and maggot-like enemies that are bulbous and gnarly, with human heads on bloated bodies. The fact that there's still human features on them is unpleasant to behold. The more human-like gore is still bizarre in its own way, with it raining blood and blood-soaked lake water entering human veins to revitalize people. Most of it is strange, even in concept, which in this case isn't a bad thing. That's 3 Harry Masons.
Feel that just now? It felt like everything shook for a second.
Story. After hearing that an abandoned village in rural Japan is the site of human sacrifices, a TV crew arrives and interrupts a local ritual, and another visitor to the area, Howard Wright, runs in and saves a local girl from a ritual, setting off a series of events. There's no diary entries and the game is presented in missions. The story is a little vague sometimes, being simply moved from A to B, but the cutscenes that interlude things give meaning to the actions most of the time. It is a little hard to make sense of some events because of how convoluted the story can seemingly get. It incorporates a lot of things that are somewhat unexpected, but it's often so weird and difficult to get into that it ended up meaning very little by the time it was over. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Siren Blood Curse is a deeply creepy game on many levels. It's gross and repulsive and has a pretty unique atmosphere, but it's held back by confusing and frustrating game design. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion on horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool. I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I escaped Hanada Village, I didn't give in to the corpse people, and you shouldn't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace.
Sequence aborted. Reinitializing facility. Shooter sighted at checkpoint Maxwell. We use some reinforcements over here.
Trepang 2 is a first-person shooter with horror elements that follows Subject 106 as they escape captivity and take on the Horizon Corporation. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. For the most part, the atmosphere isn't present during the fast and frantic gun battles that Subject 106 gets caught up in, though there are some cases where the horror of watching people being set on fire hits an unsettling realization at the mental state of the cult that you're battling. Outside the chaotic combat, the game does adopt stealth as an option, and there's some tension as you sneak around cloaked on higher difficulties. But when the game quiets down, there's an eerie silence to it. The tonal change is unmistakable, and the game almost becomes creepy in these moments of unnerving quiet. There's a small feeling of apprehension as isolation kicks in, and dread builds now that you're up against things you don't understand. Some of the later missions have the uncanny feeling that you're being watched and messed with, but this is really as deep as it goes. Though sadly for the vast majority of the game, the atmosphere isn't really noticeable at all, and the combat really takes center stage for the experience, but it does have some small moments. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. The game has a few jump scares here and there and some unsettling scripted events, and they work surprisingly well, but only because they're so far in between each other because of the sheer amount of combat. It makes you feel out of your depth and vulnerable for the first time in the game, and it works quite well because there's so little of it. But ultimately the problem is that it's difficult to praise the game for being scary in small amounts when it's very, very small parts of the game. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's soundtrack consists mostly of fast, heavy combat music like something you'd hear in Doom, and eerie ambient drones that are just accentuated hisses, white noise that almost seems to amplify the feeling of silence. The sound effects are incredible, with the immensely powerful gun noises reflecting off the reverb of the environments that are to sound what your visuals are to your eyes, a cacophony of wondrous carnage and excess. When the horror creeps in, the laughing sound effects and various unsettling noises the game plays work wonders to enhance those brief moments of the game. There's voice acting, and the voices are distinct enough that you can tell which of the armor-clad soldiers is talking to you from tone alone, and the voice acting for the most part is pretty great. The sound design is very loud and chaotic, but leaves an unnerving hole when the bullets stop flying. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. The gore is pretty spectacular when combined with the slow motion mechanics, with blood splatters flowering outward explosively, and you get to dance between the splatters like raindrops. Subject 106 gets covered in blood from the relentless shooting, and there's some really realistic puddles and smears along with other unpleasant things exquisitely detailed. The gore is over the top, but there's occasions where it's realistic too, and it fits both scenarios seamlessly. That's two Harry Masons.
It looks like a security lockdown is in effect. We need to find a way to disable it.
Story. The story follows Subject 106 as they break free of captivity and take on various important people in uncovering the Horizon Corporation's sinister research. Besides the dialogue from various team members and antagonists, some aspects of the story are told through database entries, and for the more horror-focused sections, these were pretty interesting, but it always felt segmented. The problem with intel items being scattered about a war zone is they're not what the player is really focused on. The story themes follows very familiar tropes of being used in corporate lies, but really the game's story could be largely ignored in favour of the gameplay, and the experience won't change a great deal, making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Trepang 2 is an incredible shooter that was an absolute pleasure to play, and its horror elements were nice, but they're only around 10% of the actual game. For something that's heralded as the spiritual sequel to the F.E.A.R franchise, it's improved on the combat, but really only dipped its toes into the horror. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I've killed an ungodly number of people, I did not lose myself and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace.
In the psychology of the modern civilized human being, it is difficult to overstate the significance of the house.
Anatomy is a first-person experimental horror game where you collect tapes for a tape recorder in an unknown home. The game is available on itch.io. There will be spoilers in this video. Atmosphere. The game's atmosphere is effortlessly intent, with the extremely dark and limited distance to your vision making exploring rooms very intense. You can't see too far ahead of you, and so much of the game's dread is through exploring the house, waiting for something to happen. This only really gets worse as the game goes on, as the anticipation keeps building for something until the game seemingly ends. It has several false endings and starts up again to reveal a deteriorated version of the house, which is more foreboding than the previous one as it feels like reality is breaking down around you.
Since as early as the Neolithic era, humankind has defined itself by its buildings. Buildings for worship, buildings for socializing, buildings for protection, even buildings for the commemoration of the dead. But of all the structures that mankind has invented for itself, there is little doubt that the house is that which it relies upon most completely for its continued survival.
The atmosphere shifts to paranoia, and the house feels like it's becoming more hostile and somehow shrinking. The voice on the tape recorder explains the concept of the house being similar to that of the human body, which only yet again builds more dread as they explain what body part each room of the house represents, and each time you return with a cassette.
Why do human beings of our modern age foster this tremendous sympathy?
The voice on the tape recorder explains the concept of the house being similar to that of the human body, which only yet again builds more dread as they explain what body part each room of the house represents each time you return with a cassette. The atmosphere is incredibly thick with dread, anticipation, and it doesn't end until the game does. It feels like the house is alive and you're trapped inside. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Most of the fear is generated by the atmosphere, and there aren't many traditionally scary things. The most frightening thing is the game suddenly closing itself, which is a fun little trick that worked every time. In the second loop, the voice on the tape recorder becomes more and more distorted, and it's deeply unsettling to hear on top of the feelings provided by the atmosphere. The house also rapidly deteriorating. There are a lot of glitches that could be frightening based on when and how you experience them, but that's about it. Ultimately, through the intense atmosphere, even reading the text at the bottom of the screen telling you where the next tape is can fill you with dread. It's difficult to separate the atmosphere from the scares as they both become co-joined the longer the game goes on. That's two Harry Masons. Sound design. There's not much to the sound design with no real music, just an eerily quiet, dark house. The voice on the tape recorder sounds fantastic, and the reading of the lines sounds factual but menacing in the way that the person doing the reading almost seems to revel in their explanation. As the game progresses to the next loop, there's new dialogue for the tape recorder, but due to the level of distortion, it's sometimes difficult to understand what they're saying. This is probably deliberate, but it's something I'd like to have heard. In the final part of the game, it's also pretty difficult to tell exactly what the voice is saying, which is again a shame. Whilst I appreciate what the game is trying to do, there are problems with how much distortion covers up what could have been interesting dialogue. That's still two Harry Masons.
Its usefulness no longer satisfies them.
Gore. There's no gore, and the game didn't need any. That's three Harry Masons. Story. There's no real story to the game. It's unclear what the player character is doing in the house, and they have no personality to speak of, neither does the voice on the tapes. It's clearly not important to the overall experience though, but due to the lack of explanation to certain parts of the game, it does feel a bit less of a mystery and a bit more of a missed opportunity. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Anatomy is a really interesting and intensely frightening game that really feels like an egg that needs to be cracked to get the most out of it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Doki Doki Literature Club is a psychological horror visual novel where you join a literature club and attempt to get close to the girls in the club and share poems. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. To begin with, the atmosphere of the game is sugary sweet, with it following the tropes of other visual novels to an almost accentuated cutesy level. The girls are all pleased to meet you, and the anime-style drawings are very disarming, but there's no way to deny that the stigma of the game is that it's a psychological horror game, and there's an inherent apprehension, something is going to happen eventually. The closer you pay attention to the character dialogue, the more cracks in it there seems to be, and as things progress there's a sense of dread that something is horribly wrong. The visual novel style of the game is a roller coaster you can't get off of, and having to sit back helplessly and watch as things transpire is incredibly difficult. Its themes of suicide and self-harm are deeply uncomfortable, but sadly realistic. It has moments of peace, but as the harsh reality dawns on you, it all fades away to reveal the despair underneath. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. As far as psychological horror goes, it's one of the more impactful games, with the themes that are startlingly realistic and present the things that people struggle with in the real world. The subject matter is delicate, and when the game wants to shock you, it presents you with what you knew was coming all along in all its saddening realism. It toys with the player in a way that almost thinks that you can try to avoid the unpleasantness, but pulls the rug out from underneath you the second you think you have any power to change anything. It does go off the deep end a little as the story starts breaking down the fourth wall, but it's still interesting all the way through. That's two Harry Masons. Sound design. The music is sugary sweet like everything else, with bright melodies and clean instrumentation that play cheerfully in the background to the events. Like most things, it's disarming and trying its hardest to convince you that there's nothing wrong. As the game goes on, the music, like the characters, break down with distortion, and warped versions of the melodies interject the normal music as things start to twist out of control. When the game wants to cause tension, the music just stops, leaving you in a deafening, uncomfortable silence. There's not many sound effects in the game, but when there is something, it's jarringly realistic, with the sounds of things being ripped up or the sound of something sharp piercing something fleshy. There's not much need for clever tricks in the sound design department, and there's no voice acting, but what's here is definitely fine. That's three Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore is jarring, as it should be, clashing heavily with the art style but providing some achingly haunting scenes. That's four Harry Masons. Story. The game follows the player character, who you can name, as they're asked by a friend to join the literature club and meet three girls who you can share poems with. The game has branching paths, or at least seems to, with each day ending as you choose words to form a poem out of a selection, and depending on which words you choose, your poem will appeal more to one of the specific girls. It's almost like a dating sim, but the psychological horror tag makes the dating sim aspects more unpleasant to think about, as questions inevitably form in your mind. Is the one you get close to the one that's likely to have something befall them? It does an excellent job making you like the characters, especially in the first part of the game, and then twists their personality in the second half, making them creepy or unsettling. The story does some unique things in the second half up to the final parts of the game, and its meta ending is harrowing, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. It's incredibly deceptive, but it can't hide what it is. There's no way to be oblivious to what's going on, it's just a matter of when it happens. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool. I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt bad for the girls, I didn't give up, and you shouldn't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace.
Just to find that special day.
His eyes, they're gone.
But my ears are just fine, stranger.
Strangeland is a point-and-click psychological horror game where you follow a stranger on a surreal adventure to try and make sense in a seemingly senseless land. The game is available on PC. Atmosphere. Strangeland is a deeply surreal and nightmarish experience, and the scenery around you reflects that, with floating islands and a bleak yet twisted carnival that contains horrors that seem to come from an equally twisted mind. The pixel art imagery is fantastic. The atmosphere is that of inescapable nightmare, with events you can't prevent and things that fail to make any sense. It has you constantly asking yourself if any of it is really happening. There's so many questions to be raised, but none of the characters really have any answers, and it feels like a lot of them are tormenting you for not knowing. In a really unique way, it feels that you're the only true bad guy, as your efforts to make progress in a point-and-click logic environment is doing more harm to those around you than anything else. In an effort to find answers, you're making it worse. By the halfway point, it's hard not to feel a sense of guilt for things that you had to do to progress, as well as your inability to achieve your goals. The world feels lost, but not hopeless, with your character's determination shining above all else, even against things that neither you nor them understand.
A fool gets a box. He knows he should know, but he opens it anyway. All the horrors of the world come pouring out. Disease and death. Loss and loneliness. Revulsion and regret. Fool falls to the ground, trembling with fear. Says to himself, at least there's hope at the bottom. Then a phone rings, and a voice on the other end says, what bottom?
Hello? Hello?
What bottom?
The framing of some things feel almost poetic, with monsters in cages high above and muses that have a lot to say but reveal nothing. But there's a sense of beauty in some scenes and a touch of the magnificent as the unreal meets the fantastical, and your hapless, helpless character seems to conquer the insanity of the world around them for a while in some truly mesmerizing scenes. But the second half of the game presents a haunting and even darker version of the carnival akin to H.R. Geiger's artworks, and the guilt reaches an all-time high as it reminds you over and over again of what you've done. But nearly all the way through, Strangeland has a way of making you feel as though you've done something wrong. That's one Harry Mason.
Did I not warn you? Tell you to keep to the shadows, not to look backward or inward, and thus to hide from the dark thing. But you took my shadows, made me look back to my past, and made me see inside Rota again. You killed me, and now I weep no more.
Scares. As a psychological horror game, most of the scares are in the form of the feeling of guilt that increases as time goes on, the never-ending feeling that you're responsible, and some of the things the characters say to you are hurtful towards your actions. The game doesn't contain any jump scares, and it doesn't really need any. There's a few cutscenes that are unnerving to watch, but that's as deep as it goes. The game isn't that long, and whilst presenting some unpleasant scenes, it doesn't really go that deep into psychological horror. That's still one Harry Mason.
I am Murmur the Magnificent, great giver of counsel. What was, what is, and what will be are all mine to draw from the deck of your life. For what you've paid, we may speak of cards, and hear what suits the fates. What would you know?
My past.
I will tell you the figures. You will tell me the cards. And they will show us their truth. Let us begin. I see you, Quarry. What card do you make of the man you were?
The Hanged Man.
Ever wanting wisdom, never knowing where to find it. Stuck in time as a sacrifice to himself. A fitting choice.
Sound design. The music tracks vary from monotonous organs that reminds you of the carnival theme to grand and glorious but twisted drones like the piece that plays as Murmur the Magnificent reads your fortune. There's a large variety of tracks that fit every moment, but only a few of them really stand out due to what they happen to be backing. The sound effects are appropriate but a little unremarkable. Where the game really shines is how all of it comes together with the voice acting, which is phenomenal. Again, moments like Murmur the Magnificent reading your fortune are so fantastical because of the sound design with his aged and wise voice cutting just above the dramatic music tracks, and it all winding down after he's finished, and it's a real spectacle because of it. The game has several moments where all the sound design comes together to present some truly magical moments. The sound space is practically perfect and the directional audio isn't hugely necessary but implemented anyway. The sound design is incredible when combined, even if its individual parts don't mean much on their own. That's two Harry Masons. Gore. There's some strange and unpleasant cutscenes where the woman the main character is trying to save before some H.R. Geiger nightmarish scenes, and anything involving the teratoma is deeply unpleasant due to its appearance. The game didn't really need much in the way of gore, and all of it feels odd, but never out of place. That's three Harry Masons.
Well, it's out.
Story. Strangeland begins abruptly and explains very little. The player character, whose name is never revealed, wanders into the carnival, and after watching a woman jump down a well, vows to save her.
Goodbye, my love.
dead. Again and again she comes to this well, to weep and leap at the sound of the shriek. Which of you will save the other?
The game never really explains specific things, and a lot of it is up to interpretation, especially character motivations. Some feel as though they clearly mean things or represent parts of the player character's psyche, but it's unclear if that's really the case. It does feel as though you're being messed with for a large portion of the game. The game is mysterious all the way to the end, with the solution to its biggest puzzle remaining a mystery. The most special thing about the game is that it does feel as though it's telling a grand story about identity. It dives into philosophy, and characters toy with the idea of the self and act as though they know everything but want you to figure it out for yourself. It shows you mirrors and asks you about you, but you can never reveal because you don't know. The story is thought-provoking, but it's not hard to see why some will undoubtedly leave frustrated, as the game's conclusions leave much to be desired. The ending is a little abrupt. That being said, even when everyone's talking in riddles and waxing poetic with people retorting to philosophy with more philosophy, the game was still a mesmerizing treat to play, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Strangeland is a truly mysterious game, and whilst it feels like it's so obvious what it was really about, there's always room for doubts. I really enjoy playing this and wait eagerly for the next game Wormwood Studios make. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion on horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I never wanted to touch the Terror Timer, I did not lose my mind and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Forwarned is a first-person ghost investigation game where you will explore Egyptian tombs to try and recover an artifact without being claimed by the Magi within. This is an early access review, and the game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The tombs themselves are extremely dark, eerie, and also full of hazards, and it's thanks to the limited light from the default equipment like the headlamp that there's a thin layer of tension just exploring these rooms and avoiding traps. Things like quicksand which slows down the player, or more fatal hazards like spike traps or fire-breathing statues raise apprehension to risk going forwards. While some locations are more spooky than others thanks to their unique design, with tight meandering hallways and Egyptian statues looming out of the darkness, all of the locations are unlocked from the start, with different sizes of each one available from the menu. Larger tombs are more maze-like and confusing to traverse, but the atmosphere holds up all the way through. The game streamlines the investigation process by telling you what the Magi is after you've gathered the evidence, which prevents the tedious testing found in other ghost investigation games, and sets up the second part of the expedition. After collecting the artifact, the Magi is then released, and you've got to try and find a blue lever to release the tomb entrance door and escape. Every Magi has a different quirk and personality, and it can range from you crawling around on the floor in the dark with only the night vision tablet to see where you're going, to having a clone of your friend follow you around until they attack you, which is unsettling and really raises the paranoia. The atmosphere varies wildly in the second half, but it's almost always more intense experience than before. Whilst the game does suffer from some awkward animations and effects, which is to be expected in an early access game, Forwarned's atmosphere starts off spooky and goes straight up from there. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game uses a vast array of differing things, from scripted events to jump scares, that all feel pretty organic and cleverly orchestrated. In the investigation stage, there's far more things to look out for than found in other ghost investigation games, and some of these also just work really well for the scares. Environmental destruction usually involves something breaking or blowing up next to you, which is always startling since its timing is so good that you'll forget about it until it surprises you again. Disturbed tombs will sometimes send mummified corpses shambling after you, which can be defeated with a torch, but they can also sneak up on you in the darkness. There's random scripted events like ghosts appearing and moving towards the player, or mummies looming over you as you examine a chest, which again are used sparingly enough to always come as a surprise. Things like the spirit radio make a return, but unlike in other games, the radio can acknowledge specific phrases and reply. I once asked a ghost who it was, and it replied, "Death," which was really impressive, but also unsettling. The game will sometimes use random audio cues, but place them in the sound environment, messing with the player by making them think that there's something horrific is happening nearby, but they can't see it. The game also handles death in a unique way, allowing you to return to life as a player, as a helpful mummy, or as an evil mummy to mess with your friends, a limited number of times. And this allows for the traps to be deadly but not a game over, and also it makes the game more interesting in multiplayer. In the second part, Forwarned will abandon all of the tricks of the first part and focus on you dealing with the Magi when it's released. Whilst the enemy designs are a little odd and sometimes not frightening in appearance, most of them have unique quirks that make dealing with them frightening, or at least difficult, with usually one of you forced to keep the monster busy while the other finds the lever to release the exit. Forwarned does so many interesting things, and they're executed so well that even though there's so many possible events that can happen, it always feels natural and its timing is immaculate. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. There's not much variation on the music in the game whilst exploring the tombs, but it's pretty noticeable when you enter them, with a deep, hissing ambiance layered over a more unsettling, grinding synth that creeps in when things intensify. Other than that, the music doesn't really do much else, which creates a nice space to focus more on the sound effects in the environment. One of the investigation clues is footsteps, which means listening intently to the sounds around you. But like mentioned earlier, there's a great deal of unsettling sounds, from shrill, ghostly wails to the disturbing, strained groans of unseen origins. Various enemies that lurk in the darkness also make noises which are easy to pinpoint thanks to the directional audio, but not necessarily easy to see because of the limited light range. The footsteps you're meant to listen to are also placed in the environment, so they really sound like someone walking around. There's not much voice acting besides the ghosts talking back to you on the spirit radio, and since we didn't come across many Magi that utilized it, we only heard it once, and the tone of the voice was pretty menacing, but sometimes it was difficult to understand. But you only need to get a response to check it off the list as evidence. But it would have been nicer to be able to understand what the Magi were saying. Overall, the sound design is still really well put together. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's no gore in the game besides the blood that frames the screen when you get hurt, and whilst Forewarned probably would have been able to utilise some gore from possibly previous archaeologists that enter the tomb, it doesn't feel like it's missing it either, which is fine. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The basic premise is that you're archaeologists claiming relics from ancient tombs, and that's about as much setup as there is to the game itself. There's some notes laying around that tell tales of previous explorers that are usually ominous if you have time to read them, but interestingly, the document's date is set to match the time that you're playing the game, which doesn't make much sense, but it's also pretty cool regardless. There's lore pages too, but as far as I'm aware, they're just items and there's nothing to actually read. If they were a collectible that together told a tale of things that went on in the level you chose in Egyptian times, then that would be fascinating. But the game is still in early access, so there's a chance that they may get fleshed out later in the future. There's more story than I was expecting, but still less than I was hoping for, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Forwarned is a frankly brilliant piece of multiplayer horror that actually improves on the ideas of its influences and removes so many things that hurt or slowed down the experience that playing them brought about. Having upgrades that allow you to increase inventory and improve on the equipment in a way that makes sense is more satisfying than other games in the genre usually muster, on top of having so many different locations to explore with various map sizes, which is a brilliant idea. I actually can't wait to play this game more when it's fully released. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I desecrated some tombs, I did not scream like a banshee or run away from the computer, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Ghost Exile is a first-person ghost investigation game where you and your friends can explore a series of houses and exorcise the ghosts within. Full disclosure, the game was gifted to me by the developers and is currently in early access on Steam. Atmosphere. The atmosphere is very similar to other ghost investigation games. Its environments are mostly spooky looking houses that are normal enough so that they don't go too far into the realms of cliché, but a lot of the houses ended up feeling the same, with a lack of variation being the culprit. Though there are some standouts like the museum and the diner, which are a breath of fresh air, there's not a lot separating the rest of the environments though, and they blend together in memory. The main source of the atmosphere comes from a low humming noise that sneaks in when the house is in darkness, along with other creepy sounds to invoke a feeling of tension as you explore the residences. Unlike other games, it starts off in darkness with you having to turn the main power on yourself, and this forces you to spend time creeping around to find the power box. And on higher difficulties, the game even has you searching for fuses too. When the lights are finally on, the tension seems to fade away along with the music, and there's often no... When the lights are finally on, though, the tension seems to fade away along with the music, and there's often not enough ghostly events to keep you on edge either. As opposed to multiplayer, the single-player experience was far more intense due to the added layer of isolation. Unfortunately, the game also suffers from the same thing that most other ghost investigation games, in the way that it can be very boring when you can't find the evidence you're looking for, and tedium did set in on several occasions as we waited for the evidence to show up. Though it is less punishing than other games as it provided you with money whether you figured out or exiled the ghost or not. Due to the light mechanic, the atmosphere can just fade away when the lights are on, and it isn't that strong to begin with. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. Whilst the ghosts are the star of the show, the game doesn't do the best job with ghost hunts, with the animations of the ghosts themselves being a little lackluster along with their overall design, in comparison to the game's character creator, which is far more in depth than it has any right to be. The number of ghost events seemed abnormally low, with there being long gaps in between events even on higher difficulties, but that might just be down to luck. Ghost Exile tries a lot of the same things as other games, with objects making noises and doors moving, lights turning on and off, and all of these things combined does a great job of making the place feel haunted. Every now and then you'll witness something that causes you to stop in your tracks. It has a few different tools compared to other games, like the voice recorder, which can play back ghost voices if you ask them questions, which could be creepy when it works. There's some nice scripted events which are very different from ones seen in other games, with a ghost locking itself in a room to it crawling on the ceiling. But by far the most impressive thing about the game is the jump scares. They're easily some of the most terrifying we've ever experienced, with you being suddenly engulfed in flames or surrounded by corpses. Every time they happened, we were left speechless. Actually, exiling the ghost was pretty difficult to get to, and whilst it was pretty spectacular, with you speaking out the words in the Book of Exile, all it really did was add a little more pressure along with the more frequent ghost hunts, which was a little disappointing, but it didn't really detract from the event itself. There's other additional content like escaping a death labyrinth when you die, which was initially frightening but became a little tedious with you running around the maze. The game sets itself apart in a number of ways, and while some of them don't hit very hard, other things are completely devastating. That's one Harry Mason. Sound design. The game's music boils down to the intense low hum you hear when the lights go out, which is occasionally punctuated with ghostly chimes or haunting voices. Increasing the light level reduces the effect, which is a neat trick and adds a layer to the atmosphere that you can remove on your own. The sound effects are pretty standard, with a lot of them sounding like stock effects, but there's a surprising number of environmental items that the ghost can activate on its own to startle the investigators with a random sound. The speech recognition has a few issues, but being able to talk to the ghost and ask it questions is very cool. There's voice acting for the Overseer, or whoever seems to run the operation, but the dialogue is a bit generic and changes very little, considering the amount of things he replies to, which leads to him being very repetitive.
In the words of an old friend, what are you buying?
The reverb is quite stunted, but it's still there, which makes all of the environments feel a little dead, which isn't necessarily a huge problem, but some of them are almost stifled. The directional audio is fine overall. The sound design has one or two key features, but doesn't really do anything that special. It's just functional. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There's not really any gore, and the game wouldn't have benefited from any. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. Like a great deal of ghost investigation games, there's not much story to it, but it does go to a little effort to add in a reason for the ghost hunting, even if it is a bit cheesy. There's a few things almost add up to a story, with you having to find a passport of the person you're exercising and say their name to rid them from the house, and there's boxes of tapes laying around that felt like they should contain something story related, but there's never anything in them. There's no real story to any of the houses and other environments besides the diner, which was clearly hiding something, but yet again it never made itself apparent what that was. There's a form of progression to the game in the way that you're discovering ghosts in the journal as you go, and even has you research what the ghost is by using the evidence you collected to identify the ghost. It's hard to say if this is a pro or a con, but it's unique, even if it is sometimes less convenient. Overall, there's very little supporting a story of any kind, and leaves the game feeling like things are missing. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Ghost Exile sets itself apart from other games with some of its changes being unique and interesting, but it suffers from other game design problems. It unlocks a lot of things from the start and there's a lot of content to unlock in the future. We only ended up playing 5 or 6 hours of it, so there is potentially more in there to discover, but we were quite impressed with what was in the game so far. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I exercised some ghosts, I did not let it get to me and advise you don't either. There are more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Night at the Gates of Hell is a first-person horror game where the gates of hell have opened and the undead have flooded the earth. You play as David, a lone survivor trying to escape the city. The game is available on Steam and itch.io. Atmosphere. The game's atmosphere is a mixed bag. On one hand, there's some really intense moments of exploring the dark and seemingly endless hallways of the apartment complex, and delving into creepy locations in town with the low poly graphics and CRT filter to give it a grimy, nasty vibe as you deal with the horrific zombies. But on the other hand, there's the dialogue and cutscenes which throw in jokes that don't always land and come across as jarring and weird in an uncomfortable way. Some of them are genuinely funny, but it's more often that they're awkward and confusing with lots of things that happen for no apparent reason that end up hurting the immersion. The game is clearly trying to throw back to straight to VHS type releases of the 80s and 90s, and its low budget aesthetics makes it very unique, but it's difficult to separate deliberately low budget and genuinely bad, and the game has lots of both. The cutscenes are extremely memorable because of the odd dialogue that catches you off guard, and whilst it's crude for the sake of being crude to fit in with its inspiration, it's difficult to go back to exploring a dead town full of cultists and zombies with the events of the cutscene still fresh in your mind. They're so jarring that it's distracting. The atmosphere outside of the cutscenes is reminiscent of Night of the Living Dead and Zombie Flesh Eaters, and it makes small references to both. There's an eerie silence in some of the corridors and it's incredibly tense, foreboding and grim, but it's immediately contradicted the second the game goes into a cutscene or there's character dialogue. It feels at odds with itself. There's elements of a great horror atmosphere under here, but the lowbrow comedy keeps getting in the way. That's no Harry Masons.
God, you have such a way with words.
Scares. The game's scares are mostly jump scares, and whilst there are a few of them that work, the vast majority of them are very predictable. You can often see them coming before they arrive, and it's disappointing to see so many fall flat in such a short space of time. The game's audio features extremely loud sound effects of zombies moaning the second they're in the vicinity, which is quite a lot of the game, which means it is difficult to be afraid of a loud noise when you're hearing them nearly all the time. The combat with zombies is again a bit of a mixed bag. The game has no crosshair and the zombies only take damage in the form of headshots. But in my experience with the game, it was very frustrating because I couldn't tell why I missed a headshot because you can't see the bullet or the crosshair and it looked like I should have hit it. The game has no display for ammo counter either, which actually helps it become more panic-inducing to be standing in front of a zombie and realize that you have no ammo. They move silently and can come up behind you, which can sometimes be startling. They work by proximity to you. When they get within range, you enter a cutscene where you either stab a zombie in the head if you have a knife, or simply die and go back to the last checkpoint. The death animations are a bit weak for these scenarios, and it seems very artificial, but this is again probably a deliberate choice. The way the zombies look though is fantastic, with some of them being nothing but walking brainstems or green mouldy humanoid figures. Some of them have exposed gnashing teeth or burnt out eyes. They're often frightening to suddenly walk into. There are some scripted events and the unique ones are often surprisingly good, but the sad thing is that there's not many good ones. Some go nowhere and many boil down to the enemies coming up behind you. The game does do some decent scares, but it also misses the mark with a lot of things. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's music ranges from creepy low ambiance to intense and maddening organs and strange whistling noises. Some of these are taken straight from the designer's previous game, Bloodwash, and they mostly work well here. The ambiance really helps to build dread in some of the early game environments, and the final stand music is fantastic in its respective section. A lot of the enemy sound effects though are way too loud to the point where it hurts to listen to them, and you'll be hearing them a lot. Some are incredibly piercing and some are deliberately low bitrate to try and fit in with the era of the game they're trying to recreate. There are some really cool sound effects like whispering and moans, but they're played at random and there's no fading in or out of the noises, so some just randomly stop, which is again immersion breaking. There's no reverb on anything and a lot of areas feel stunted and cramped as a result. It's odd, but it does seem to work in the game's favour. The voice acting and dialogue are both very questionable. When people are trying to sound serious, they don't because of the way the lines were read, and when they say something silly, it's just jarring. The characters are still somehow likable despite this, even if some are very weird. There's directional audio and it's mostly functional, but the sheer volume of some of the sound effects makes it impossible to guess how far away something is, and there's no sound for footsteps, so the enemies just appear in front of you since you can't hear them coming. The sound design is a bit of a mess, and whilst I get that it's trying to recreate the low budget of a cheap 90s video game, it stoops lower than the things it's trying to copy, and a lot of the aspects of its sound design are just functionally bad. There's still no Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore is over the top and everywhere, from the character death scenes which are crude but brutal, to the way bodies spurt blood and collapse onto the floor when shot. The bodies are grim and mangled, and the zombies themselves are bloody and nasty, and the graphics do help make them more harrowing. The gore is designed really well to be both gross and deeply unsettling. Though some of it is completely unnecessary, it's exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from the game, and it delivers. That's one Harry Mason.
It seemed to have happened almost overnight. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Everyone thought it was some elaborate hoax, but we were wrong.
Story. The game's story follows David as he tries to escape zombies and a hellish cult that opened the gates of hell. It's not exactly an original concept, and the story doesn't really go anywhere with it. It sets the scene and lets the characters struggle in its environments with lots of cliche video game and movie scenarios, but it does a decent job with unsettling diary entries to build up the antagonist before you meet them. But the game's conflicting tones really make it difficult to get into the game. There's lots of things that allude to something deeper that never go anywhere, some things seemingly happen for no reason, some things are played up as big dramatic moments with other characters that fell flat with me, and other seemingly important things happen and were never addressed ever again. Whilst it can be funny, there's lots of confounding moments that leave me wondering what the point of them was. Making the final score 1 out of 5 Harry Masons. There's a lot of problems with Night at the Gates of Hell, and most of them are deliberate design choices that are just jarring, from modelling a set of Iron Maidens and a torture chair that you see once in the entire game at a much higher quality than all of the zombies and characters combined. There's an inconsistency with everything. With every one thing it does well, it does something else poorly, which seems to be a deliberate choice. The game has a lot of potential and hasn't used it for anything serious. It's chosen an awkward middle ground and failed to conquer it. Again, I'd like to remind you, this whole thing is down to my opinion on horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. You can always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Galerians is a third-person survival horror game where you play as Rion, a 14-year-old boy with psychic powers who escapes a hospital after a familiar voice calls for his help. The game is available on PlayStation 1.
I sometimes have a frightening dream.
Atmosphere. The game's environments vary little in feel, but quite a lot in their aesthetics. Nearly every location you visit feels empty and eerie. Places like the hospital have a cold alien look that makes it resemble more of a prison than a hospital, with giant metallic doors and security gates.
Well, it looks like the rabbit's out of his cage. Return to your room, and you won't get hurt.
Rion's home feels strange and unwelcoming somehow, but there's also the sensation that you aren't alone in its many rooms. The apartment complex is haunting in the way that it comes across as a crowded building, and you see a lot of people in the place, but still it feels empty. The game's 90s vibe and retrofuturism really makes some of the environments look surreal and abstract, along with the downward-facing camera angles that make Rion seem small. The game's cutscenes are sometimes very dreamlike, with things overlapping and odd noises playing through them like he's imagining the events unfolding before him, but what makes a lot of the atmosphere make sense is how Rion doesn't remember any of the places he visits. Everything is foreign to him, even his own home, which really adds another layer to how alien nearly every environment feels. The overarching feeling is that of a strange, surreal eeriness that's brought about by the themes and aesthetics. It feels like the future of liminal spaces, with all these futuristic places that already feel dated and abandoned. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares boil down to random noises and the combat. The combat itself is often more frustrating than frightening, but setting people on fire and throwing them about is still satisfying, even if it's a bit morbid. The game's sound effects are often loud and sometimes come out of nowhere, and it's enough to startle the player since the rest of the game is usually eerily quiet. Some of the antagonist designs are a little haunting, but really there's very few frightening things in the game, and it doesn't venture out into anything much. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The game's soundtrack varies from high-speed industrial music to slow and creepy 90s ambient, whirring noises punctuated by more deep synth and scraping noises. There's a lot of strange stuff in there too, with electronic and experimental pieces to give an unearthly feel to the game, but most of it is just an unsettling silence. There's reverb for the footsteps in every room, and outdoor ambiance is pretty good for the time. The voice acting has a few bad spots, but it's mostly very good. Even when characters have a lot of dialogue to read out in a single cutscene, it stands head and shoulders above a lot of the games of the time. The sound effects, as stated before, are pretty loud, but many of them are seemingly stock effects or just generic noises. The menu sounds are sort of spooky, but that's about it. Overall, the sound design doesn't do anything special, but the music really goes a long way into making the game feel as weird as it is. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. Defeating enemies with some of Rion's powers results in blood puddles on the ground and burnt corpses, but it's not really anything special. On the other hand, the game has quite a few gory scenes, and through the PlayStation graphics and framing of the scenes, they're very standout moments of bizarre and almost artistic brutality. The game is quite long, but of all the things you'll remember after it, it'll more than likely be the gore. That's 3 Harry Masons.
Heart rate normal. Administer the Nalcon.
Won't that destroy his brain cells and prove fatal?
It might, but we must follow the clinic chief's orders.
Okay then.
Rion! Rion!
Who are you?
They're coming. They're coming to get me.
Why are you calling me?
I'm scared.
I've never heard of such a quick dosage cycle.
Me too. I'm afraid it may have destroyed the patient's memory. I'm surprised he's even still alive.
I'll go check the data.
Story. After receiving an experimental injection, Rion's memory is erased, and he has to rebuild what he knows to save the voice that keeps calling out to him. The story of Galerians is dark and complicated, dealing with child abuse and religious themes. An artificial intelligence threatens to replace humanity with loyal subjects of its own, and Rion and the voice calling him are the only ones that can stop or prevent it from going too far. Along the way, you'll end up meeting a lot of interesting and memorable characters that are either sympathetic in their forced creation, or of their own problems with the self. There's a suffering that's going on in the background of Galerians that's almost overbearing, but never presented on screen. There's a few diary entries, but mainly the story tends to present itself mostly in cutscenes, and sometimes they really put large info dumps in them, but other times the story is quite organic, and things like Rion's sensibility makes it natural to interact with an object and recall the lost memories about it. Again, with the current AI trend, stories like the ones presented in Galerians do end up cutting a little deeper, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Galerians is a creepy game that presents a dark story that's aging in an unsettlingly prophetic way. It has its problems with random difficulty spikes, but generally it's an interesting game. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I overcharged a lot of the guards, I did not feel bad about it and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Folklore Hunter is a first-person survival horror hunting game where you and your friends hunt mythical beings. The game is in early access and available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game is currently split into 2 maps, with a third planned in the future. The first map sees you hunting a Wendigo, and the second sees you tracking down 3 Strigoi. Both maps feature large forested areas with day-night cycles to get dramatically more tense during the night, but the second map manages to be more eerie thanks to all the abandoned houses and the increasing number of monsters. Even in multiplayer, the tension remains because you're always on guard and the eerie quietness of the forest persists. There's also some tension generated by resource management. Whilst you can find crates with randomized supplies, running out of healing items, batteries for the flashlight, or more importantly ammo for your gun leaves you in a very bad place, especially on the second map. The game is devoid of a save feature as well, so each map or hunt is intended to be done in a single sitting, and this again increases the tension and pressure to get the job done. But what makes the whole thing fall apart is the game's bugs, which we only really encountered one whilst playing, but it was pretty devastating. After defeating the first 2 Strigoi in the second map, the third would disappear and seemingly never reappear. We attempted the second map 3 times before finally being successful in defeating all of the Strigoi, but the time spent hunting the final Strigoi in our previous attempts was nearly 4 hours of meandering before we gave up. This time was intensely boring and disappointing. I looked up a solution and the developer said to someone else in the same situation that they were working on it several months before we started playing, and we encountered the bug in 2 out of the 3 attempts we made, and it completely ruined the atmosphere. It's a shame because otherwise the second map would be the much more enjoyable of the 2. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. In the first map, the scares mostly come from the Wendigo itself. Its roars are very loud and sometimes come out of nowhere. Whilst it can appear on the cameras you can place around the environments, it moves very quickly and it's easy to lose it, or have it sneak up on you. There's other strange sounds in the woods from children's ghostly voices and other creepy and strange events that took both of us by surprise and opened the door to more bizarre things, but sadly as the game went on it didn't build on any of the fantastical elements that happened during the mid-game. As for the second map, there's a lot of the same things with the Strigoi attacking you out of nowhere and appearing on the cameras, but sometimes you'll get a Blood Mist Night which has the game throw tons of Strigoi at you that die in a single hit. It's incredibly stressful and takes a lot of your limited resources to keep fighting back, but as the night progresses they eventually became more tiring due to the repetition of when the AI of the Strigoi bugged out. In single player, fighting the Strigoi is much harder and shooting them a couple of times usually results in them chasing them off, but it seems to be a random number of shots before it retreats, meaning you can pour bullets into them before they'll stop attacking you, which at that point it just might be too late. There are some other creepy moments where we discovered a floating shadow that eluded us until later, where we discovered some lore that explained it. Overall, the game has some really frightening moments that come with dealing with the enemies and a few other things that sweeten the deal, though they are a bit sparse. That's one Harry Mason. Sound design. During the gameplay there's not much music, just a looping forest ambiance with birds chirping and the wind rustling through the trees. It's very realistic and quite impressive, but after about 10 minutes or so it fades out and then restarts, which can kind of take you out the moment for a little bit since so much of the forest's realism relies on the ambiance. There's the low hum that starts when an enemy is near and it really puts you on edge for an impending attack, along with other long droning noises that seem to crop up at random during the night, and it always gives you the impression that something is coming. The game uses a lot of generic sound effects for the weaponry and bear traps, but the screams of the monsters, especially the Strigoi, are pretty harrowing. There's no voice acting and the game does a pretty good job with the directional audio, reverb, and the general sound design overall, even if there isn't that much there. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There's some blood in the second map, but no bodies, which is odd, and it feels like there should have been more than just a few patches of blood to justify the events of the story, or more effort gone into making the blood serve a purpose in the environmental storytelling. The real shame though is that the Strigoi and Wendigo don't bleed when shot, which is a little disappointing considering how much effort goes into hunting them. The game also has a hunter sense mode that lets you track things, sort of, and more could have been done with that to hunting blood trails as well. The game sets up a lot, but it doesn't really deliver on a lot of the things that it sets up. That's still 2 Harry Masons. Story. The story of both scenarios is more than just hunt the creature, and there's a lot of interesting plot twists during your time exploring the environments, but sadly the game doesn't always build on them. There's a lot of notes laying around that are vaguely eerie, and some of them clearly had some effort put into making them. In the second map there were a few spooky things that tied into the story that were pretty interesting, involving the shadows, but the shadows themselves were very easy to miss. Really, the story didn't matter a whole lot as it takes a back seat to the hunting, but the endings to the game are pretty disappointing, being just white text on a black screen, and they don't provide a lot of closure on the events either, let alone explain some of the things that you've seen. The story has 1 or 2 interesting things, but it's largely ignorable, and the stuff that should be important feels like an afterthought, making the final score 2 out of 5 Harry Masons. Folklore Hunter has a lot of interesting ideas, but due to bugs and putting effort into the wrong things, the game feels like a chore to play. With no save feature, it's not something I'd recommend until they fix the bugs. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that I really struggled, but I did not let the Strigoi get away, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Faith Chapter 3 is the third installment of the Unholy Trilogy and follows John Ward as he tries to stop the summoning of an incredibly powerful demon. The game is currently available on Steam and itch.io. Atmosphere. From the very beginning, there's a feeling of impending doom as the game states clearly how many days until the demon will be summoned. This increases the pressure on the player, and by default, whether you succeed or fail, time moves on regardless. The same feeling of vulnerability continues from the previous entries, and are arguably worse due to the substantially rising stakes. It's obvious how weak John is with his slow movement speed and being able to be killed in a single hit. It's clear that you're incredibly out of your depth for the forces you face, which only reinforces the overwhelming hopelessness. Unlike the previous entries, Chapter 3's world is more realistic within its limitations. The lack of life and the music that plays leaves the world feeling on the brink of collapse. The music yet again emphasizes the feeling of hopelessness, and the places you explore, like the clinic or the apartments, feel tainted with evil as you arrive. But things go further and further into demonic territory, and soon the line between reality and hell start to blur. The game really pushes the feeling of hopelessness to its limit. The nightmarish, dread-filled environments are full of unique scares, and it's difficult to know what to expect as you go deeper and deeper into unknown territory. Chapter 3 has the stakes at their highest, and it really reflects it. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Chapter 3 has a lot of unique scares that are new to the series, and has a plethora of new mechanics that are adopted and tried out for various parts of the story, without ever staying long enough to get used to. Many of them are nerve-wracking to use, like the camera, which isn't anything new by horror game standards, but works incredibly well with the limited graphics of the F.E.A.R series. The game still mostly uses jump scares to deal its most potent moments, and there's a lot of very well earned scares in the game, with quite a few that really catch you off guard. The cutscenes are still incredibly unsettling, with the rotoscoping animation contrasting heavily with the limited graphics to make its surreal cutscenes all the more disturbing before getting to the demonic content. The enemies and bosses are pretty varied and are more threatening in this chapter than others, which again works well with the story and atmosphere to make dealing with them all the more intense. Chapter 3 is really trying its hardest to vary itself, and it succeeds with every attempt at something new. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The sound design feels like it's pushing the deliberate limitations of the game to their limit, with the soundtrack being the biggest in a F.E.A.R game so far, from hauntingly melancholic tracks like The Waking World to the more disturbing, frantic and unsettling pieces like the gurgling distortion of tracks like I Am Beyond. The soundtrack is at its most dissonant and abstract, with the chiptunes feeling like they're bleeding out of your headphones and into your ears. The sound effects and voice acting haven't changed a great deal, but the effects on them have, with the hardware limitations left behind to present some more haunting sounds, especially in flashbacks where it excels. The sound design is limited on purpose, but still manages to find a lot of room to spread out in Chapter 3. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The gore is fairly unsettling to see, though limited in its appearance, with red shaded pixels leaving some of what you're seeing to the imagination, though a lot of it is abundantly clear. The gore is nasty in its intent, but not often in its depiction, but it doesn't really hurt any of the scenarios. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The story follows on from the end of Chapter 2, with John waking up in his bed to find a letter from Father Garcia telling him of the plans to summon a demon. The cult presence in Chapter 3 gives an ongoing feeling of fighting against insurmountable odds, with the extent of their influence being frankly frightening through some parts of the game. The diary entries are just creepy and unsettling as they were in previous chapters, and thanks to the many locations the game takes John through, there's a lot of backstory to pick up, and many of which are either sad or disturbing. The plot has many frankly brilliant moments, especially with characters like Father Garcia and the antagonist of the story, Gary. This is by far the deepest chapter, making it a fitting finale to the series if this is indeed where it ends. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Faith Chapter 3 raises the bar to the series all around and really nails everything. It's hard to understate what an improvement this is on a franchise that was already good. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt that Gary didn't love me, I was not afraid, and I'd advise you weren't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. You can always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. F.E.A.R Extraction Point is a first-person action horror game and the first piece of DLC for First Encounter Assault Recon. The game follows Point Man just after the events of the base game as he continues the chase for Paxton Fettel and Ulmer. Atmosphere. Being set almost immediately after the destruction of the Origin facility gives Extraction Point a post-apocalyptic feel, and all the replica soldiers stand eerily lifeless around at the start of the game. As the things progress, the game returns to its shooter roots, but in comparison to the base game, where the atmosphere and tension were turned on and off like a tap, Extraction Point does a much better job with the game's more horror-focused moments.
I know it doesn't make sense. Not much does anymore. You killed me. I didn't like that.
The pacing is greatly improved, with combat and spooky sections being more tightly knitted than before. The music that plays is more eerie, and the environments are often spookier and more derelict thanks to the scenery. The lighting that made the base game so foreboding is back, and it's really put to good use in several parts of the game. The combat is still wild and frantic, and unlike the base game, you'll have more combat sections featuring supernatural forces or Ulmer. There's a feeling of desperation on both sides as the combat gets more and more intense, with them throwing everything at you to slow you down, but this can lead to moments outside of the combat somehow feeling empty. The atmosphere has its highs and lows, but there's always a nice layer of apprehension for what lies ahead. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game does an incredible job squeezing in scripted events in between the combat, and there's some really fantastic scripted scenes. Many of them are bewildering or whisk Point Man off to abstract worlds of previous torture or torment, and others throw him into hellish hallucinations of his own past. Some of these are more effective than others, with the game sometimes doing a brilliant job of making you feel like a fish out of water, and others feel like a minor bump in the road. The game does a much better job of also making the combat frightening with invisible enemies and more dire scenarios, with Extraction Point seeming more challenging than the base game. Being only roughly 2.5 hours long really enables the experience to be more compact and feel comprehensive at the same time. A lot happens, and quickly. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The music is a lot more pronounced and some of the more creepy pieces play a lot more often, but when the music fades out there's an eerie silence left in its wake. The reverb of the rooms can be pretty stunted and the silence as a result can be deafening. The sound effects in comparison to the base game haven't changed at all, and it's still very satisfying to hear guns blast and bodies hit the floor, as well as playing with the slow-mo ability to hear everything pitch shift down and then back up again. The voice acting for Holiday and Jin give them a lot more personality than they had in the first game, with them both talking a lot more. Some of the phone messages you can pick up during the game are really uninspiring though, but they are optional and there is a lot less of them.
I've seen in my dreams fire sweep over bodies in the streets and cities turned to dust. Retaliation.
F.E.A.R has some foreboding lines and he's just as spooky as he was in the first game. The directional audio works perfectly and the sound design is overall immaculate. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The gore is just as fantastic as the base game, with blood smearing over surfaces as you shoot replica soldiers, and they blow up into a fine mist when you blast them at close range with the shotgun. The environmental blood is dark red and nasty and changes the atmosphere of every room that it's in. There's a lot of shocking, gory scenes, with the standout scene featuring a person pushed beyond what their body can handle that's unpleasant to watch, but it leads to the most memorable part of the game. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The story follows Point Man after the events of the base game, where he's trying to get to the eponymous extraction point, but finds a previously dead F.E.A.R brought back to life and in charge of the replica soldiers. The game isn't considered canon, and a lot of what happens seems a bit needless, with some characters returning for no real reason. Norton Mapes, who should logically be dead, is someone seemingly thrown back in for fan service. It also turns the perception of Alma on its head as she takes on a different role in the game, which was very unexpected. On its own, the game's story is a bit vague and feels like a midway point, with F.E.A.R bringing up things about an oncoming war that might take place in the second expansion, Perseus Mandate, but it's not concluded in the extraction point. The story is a bit vague and only really sets in motion the events for something else. It's got some great moments, but the whole thing being retconned in F.E.A.R 2 leaves extraction point meaning very little, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Extraction Point hones the atmosphere and scares of the base game down to a fine art, and the limited playtime helps consolidate it further into a great experience. It's got some really jaw-dropping moments and it doesn't disappoint, and it's also just really fun to play. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got to the extraction point, I did not let Armor get away and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The Closing Shift is a first-person horror game where you follow a young Japanese woman as she works the late shift at a coffee shop. The game is available on Steam. atmosphere. The closing shift is eerily quiet as you leave your little apartment and head into work, and there's a lot of apprehension for the dangers ahead, but when you start working it's very easy to forget about the horror aspects altogether, as the coffee making minigame is complicated and diverse enough to keep your attention the whole time. The customers have a weird presentation that makes them seem almost robotic, and it makes the experience of dealing with them sometimes feel unsettling when they also act weird as well. But then the relaxing jazz music kicks in as you serve customers, and for the duration, it's like nothing bad is going to happen at all. But then the shift ends, the music abruptly stops, and the atmosphere creeps back in. This sense of isolation, vulnerability, and paranoia. Something big is going to happen, and every time that it doesn't, the feeling of paranoia increases for the next shift. You wake up the next day and have to go back into work. Your boss criticizes you for being late, and there's a sense that no matter what you do, the events of the game are out of your control. It's an oppressive feeling that you are doomed to your fate. Even things like having to take the bus to work one day makes you feel like losing control of the situation. Things escalate rapidly until the tension is unbearable. It does such an excellent job of making you feel vulnerable and paranoid that you know danger is coming, but not where it's coming from. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares take second place to its atmosphere, as a lot of the game is the build up to the finale where it all kicks off. A lot of foreboding and creepy things happen before then, from the lights going out in the shop to figures appearing in the store's drive-thru. But even with all this going on, it's obvious you're being messed with, but you still don't really know where the danger is coming from. It's more psychological, an inevitability you don't see coming, and even if you figure out what's happening, you can't do anything about it. The final section of the game forces you to do increasingly risky things, and the level of vulnerability you feel during the section really makes each choice feel heavy, and each consequence dire. There's some traditional jump scares and scripted events, but they take a back seat to the pure survival puzzle that is the final part of the game. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The relaxing music that plays during the barista work really does an excellent job of disarming the situation, and as the game goes on it seems to get more and more unhinged until the final day where it drifts into a melancholy dream. There's some other more chilling music that plays during the final section of the game, which is a slow, menacing rhythm with an eerie synth that plays over it. There's incidental music too for the scripted events, and it really helps back up those moments. The sound effects aren't anything special besides the death sound effects, which are weird and unexpected, but so many things seem to be without reverb, which is a little disappointing. It doesn't really hurt the game. There's no voice acting and the directional audio is pretty good. There's really not much to the sound design, but what is here functions fine. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's some minor blood in the game that matches with the story, it fits the scenario at hand and gets the point. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. You play as a coffee shop barista on the late shift, and the story is simply that mysterious things start happening during your time at work that lead you to believe that someone or something is stalking you. The story isn't really that deep, but it unfolds really nicely. There's a lot of dialogue from customers, and whilst a lot of it is pretty much irrelevant, it adds to the disarming nature of the barista work. But every customer who acts strangely becomes a suspect. Replaying the game allows you to appreciate how the threat was actually there with you the whole time, and what's harrowing about the game's ending is that no matter what you do, a good outcome doesn't come, which is arguably not great, but it is realistic. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. The closing shift is only an hour long, but it feels so much longer. The atmosphere is fantastic, and the coffee minigame could probably have been a game in itself. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got the coffee served, I did not go out without a fight and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And also go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Demonologist is a first-person multiplayer horror game where you explore haunted environments and try to guess the type of ghost correctly based on the equipment you can use. It's in early access and available on Steam. This is a first impression review made with a few hours of playtime. Atmosphere. It's difficult to talk about the game without pointing out its similarities to Phasmaphobia, and Demonologist lifts so many ideas and gameplay features straight from Phasmaphobia that it's difficult to ignore. Even the terminology is the same. Knowing this, let's move on. Like its influence, the game is incredibly dark and initially foreboding thanks to the house design, with many haunting things lurking around in the background or just being visible behind a locked door. There's always a little tension to begin with as you poke and prod at the house to try and reveal where the ghost is.
You managed to piss me off.
The real problem with the game is that the gameplay loop requires you to revisit the first house several times before you can unlock a new one, and the atmosphere generated by the music isn't strong enough to make the house foreboding on the second or third visit to it, like Phasmaphobia. On repeated visits, it becomes quite clear that a lot of the ominous things lurking in the background do very little, and then they just fade in the background as set dressing. Another big drain on the atmosphere is how the ghost feels less of a real being haunting the place and more of an artificial-like series of scripted events, like it is. The gameplay loop hurts the immersion and reveals the seams of the game, almost destroying the atmosphere by the third visit. There are lots of times that me and my friend were bored walking around the house trying to find the correct room because the atmosphere just wears off very quickly. It becomes boring the more often you're forced to revisit the same abandoned house to grind out enough points to move on to the next location, and the atmosphere isn't strong enough to maintain it. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. The game's scares are almost exclusively scripted events, and there's a lot of interesting ones, and there's generally enough that they often catch you off guard. However, there's a lot of problems with them. Choosing scripted events to begin with means that the game is limited by that choice. Things don't change, and the more times the player enters the environment, which they will a lot thanks to the gameplay loop, the more they will witness the same things. It's destined to desensitize the player to the main source of scares. Another problem is that the events happen throughout the house regardless of the ghost's preferred room, which was misleading as it's part of the objective to figure out which room is the one that the ghost is in. In the several hours spent playing, we only witnessed a ghost a few times, and it was pretty frightening mainly due to its design, which was pretty unique, as were the death animations. But the vast majority of the scares were repeated each time that we returned to the same house. A lot of it was also struggling to identify the room and then getting bored. Demonologist has a lot of interesting ideas, but the gameplay loop is so restricting that you'll be returning to the same house over and over again and seeing the same things. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. Demonologist sound effects steal the show. Creaks and groans really stand out, and the rest of the sound effects are realistic enough. The directional audio for the environmental ambient sounds like water dripping is perfect, but many items from the environment are just difficult to pinpoint, with something like a door swinging being hard to locate when you can't see it in the game's dim flashlight circle. The music is a different story, and whilst it has unique events that play music only one of you can hear, which was by far the most unique thing the game does, the music is very low in the mix and easily missed. It's more of a whispery ambient drone that intensifies randomly. There's some words from the ghost that are unsettling, but that's as far as the voice acting goes. It's fairly unremarkable. Overall, the sound design is decent for the most part, but lacking in others. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. The game's gore consists of blood in the basement and a random corpse, which logically can't have anything to do with the ghost, since it's a different ghost each time, and the room isn't the same each time either. They aren't interactable, and whilst their appearance is quite morbid, it's ultimately needless. That's still one Harry Mason. Story. The game didn't really present a story, which isn't too bad in this scenario and might get added later, but there's generally nothing to latch onto story-wise at all, making the final score 1 out of 5 Harry Masons. I played this for about an hour and a half with a friend and we did not have a fun time. The game is sort of a clone that doesn't manage to utilise the right ideas from its influences to make something worthwhile, and whilst it's using gameplay, items and terminology that are lifted straight from Phasmaphobia, it doesn't manage to nail the atmosphere or the scares. Bloodborne is an action-adventure Lovecraftian horror game where you awaken as a hunter on the endless night of an eternal hunt. The game is available exclusively for PlayStation 4. Atmosphere. Bloodborne's atmosphere depends heavily on where you are in the game, with it being able to resonate different feelings for different places. The game opens with the brutal gothic architecture of the decaying city of Yharnam that gives off a feeling of spitefulness with its jutting spikes and slick, blood-soaked streets. There's a sickness here and you can sense it in the air. Through the harrowing woods of Hemwick with the odd screams and crying sounds emanating from the graves and malformed trees that lines its pathways, even a place like the magnificent Castle Canehurst is filled with the unpleasant sounds of maids whimpering as they clean the floors. The scenery is so brilliantly designed, the tiniest detail, to evoke feelings of disgust or fear, from the unexplained people buried in the walls to the jars full of eyes in the Bergenworth study hall. The game also uses its sound design to add layer upon layer to the atmosphere. The loud wind that blows through the game somehow feels evil, and each area is unique in generating something new and strange to the atmosphere to make areas unwelcoming or frightening. The most standout areas of the game are electrifying, like the Upper Cathedral Ward Orphanage with its shrill soundtrack and spooky hallways, but what ultimately makes so many areas the more unsettling to be in is often in the context with understanding what happened in the areas before you arrived in them. And while some are no doubt frightening on their own, some are downright oppressive when you realise what happened there. The game also has a rather dim hand lantern to use in particularly dark areas, and with the game's difficulty, it can generate a lot of paranoia to what might be lurking in the darkness. Bloodborne's atmosphere is brilliant in the way that it uses sound design and gameplay to bring natural pauses which then amplify the atmosphere in turn to deliver its scares. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. In Bloodborne, you'll encounter organically a lot of startling scenarios as a byproduct of the way the combat engine is designed. From enemies that seem to sneak up behind you after they've followed you from a previous area, to ones placed behind doors and corners that suddenly make an appearance that catch you by surprise. Most of the enemy designs are grotesque to being straight up horrifying, and thanks to their unique grab animations, some of them force you into watching something that is just deeply unpleasant, like seeing your hunter's throat slit or having a large tentacle forced into their brain. The intensity of the combat brings its own sense of excitement and fear as you dodge around and aggressively attack these horrible creatures, and each close call has its own way of being nerve-wracking. But the true horror of Bloodborne is in its cosmic horror elements, with monsters you can't see being inches away from you if you only had enough insight to sense them, and horrible things you can see that you don't understand. Whilst it's easier to be immediately frightened of the creature that jumps out from behind the door, it's more haunting in the long run to think about the invisible monstrosity that hangs above you, watching. That's two Harry Masons. Sound design. The soundtrack is phenomenal, from the eerie uncertainty in the melodies that haunt the hunter's dream, to the frantic, menacing, and grand orchestral arrangements that play over the game's many bosses, with some giving off a feeling of ascension to a higher plane, and others resonating a stirring sadness of a long-suffered creature. Bloodborne's soundtrack is one of the finest I've ever heard and complements its gameplay and story perfectly. The ambience that plays between the fantastic soundtrack is equally diverse, with it changing as you walk in and out of buildings to reflect your location. From that evil wind to a stifled hum, the eerie quiet that fills the gaps between combat is tantalizing. The sound of combat and enemies is so unique and disgusting that it's hard to forget the slick sounds of flesh being sliced or the horrible crunches of howls of enemies. The whistling of something horrific latching itself to your head, or the noise that plays as your health restores from slashing at a monster.
I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable Hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength.
The voice acting is again incredible, with the dolls sounding soft-spoken but hollow somehow. Gehrman sounds friendly but tired, as though he's seen far more than he should. Certain lines are so iconic that they stick with you long after the game ends.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open. Fear the old blood.
The directional audio is perfectly implemented, even on character voices, which I don't like, but it's an expected sound effect of being able to move while a character's talking. Overall, the sound design is phenomenal, truly incredible work. That's 3 Harry Masons. gore. Bloodborne's gore is both incredible but disgusting in equal measure, with blood splattering everywhere when you pull off a visceral attack, your clothes get covered in it and it spurts out onto the street. Blood is everywhere, and even things like healing is done by stabbing yourself in the thigh with a blood vial. The full body horror of the game is about its transformations, and to avoid spoilers, I'm not going to talk about it too much. There are obvious things like the citizens of Yharnam turning into beasts themselves, which the trailer shows in a horrific scene, as some are almost mindless in the way they act, devolving down to their most basic instinct. But like the grab moves you can fall victim to, the body horror is baked into many aspects of the game, whether you're aware of it or not. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. Unlike other games in FromSoft's library, Bloodborne's opening reveals next to nothing and the game just starts. You're a hunter and the hunt has seemingly gone on too long, and whilst the basic plan, although not your characters, is to bring an end to the hunt, it's the events before you arrive that really stand out as something truly incredible. The story, however, as the game's strongest point, is also the hardest to uncover, and it's open to many interpretations, but the things that are told as facts are frankly amazing. It's impossible to talk about it fully without resulting in spoilers, but in terms of ideals, it's a story of ascension, corruption, betrayal and disease, different groups of people going to different lengths to explore the unknown planes of Lovecraftian creatures known as the Great Ones, and all that's left is the broken world that you start the game in. It has its different layers of understanding its story. With the more you know, the more you realize you will never understand, in one of the best ways to convey a cosmic horror story I've ever seen. It's told through item descriptions and environmental storytelling, and while some things speak volumes, others are silent about the things that took place there. Characters will tell you stories of their perspective on events, and sometimes you'll get a glimpse of the forbidden. The thing that makes the game stand out is how everything you encounter is tied to the story in one way or another, being a result of a character's action in the story, from the weapons to the attire and the monsters. It's truly an unmatched work of world building. You may leave Bloodborne not understanding what you experienced, but that is part of the attention. One thing you'll need to know as you watch the credits roll is that there is a good reason to fear the old blood. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Bloodborne is one of the best games I've ever played, period, and whilst it doesn't consider itself a horror game, it's one of the finest horror games ever made. There's very little room for criticism at something that exceeds this well at what it does. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I heard the rumour of the Great Old Ones, I did not meet them, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. You can always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Bloodborne The Old Hunters is the DLC expansion for Bloodborne, and sees you travelling back in time to revisit the nightmares of the first hunt. The game is available exclusively for PlayStation 4. Atmosphere. The Old Hunters pulls over a lot of the same atmosphere cues from the main game, but everything is more dreamlike and more distorted, like a crumbling nightmare misremembered. Strange growths cover the familiar Gothic architecture of the Cathedral Ward, and some areas give way to others with no rhyme or reason. The bigger theme on research leads to some areas having that disused hospital feel, reinforced by the Victorian architecture, the most barbaric time for surgery, patients walking around pleading for help, and bodies are left to rot in chairs with wires sticking out of the bags that were placed over their heads. Mysterious instruments of healing are left strewn about in places that seem designed more for torture than anything else. The fishing hamlet feels like the truest form of a Lovecraftian nightmare, with it being almost a direct reference to Shadow over Innsmouth. There's still a lot of ominous scenes and things that allude to the old ones, with some classic scenery that's just nasty to behold. The atmosphere is comprised of tension, and the depraved backstory makes most of the places you visit worse once you have the insight. That's one Harry Mason.
Someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I'm afraid I've dropped them in a puddle. Everything is pale now.
Scares. The game works in the same way as the main game. The combat is still brutal and things can sneak up on you. The enemy designs are more disturbing the more you know about them, with some being little more than rabid patients attacking you out of spite, to the horrific transformed creatures of the fishing hamlet that scream at the top of their lungs as they run at you. I found the variety a lot more lacking in the Old Hunters than the base game, with fewer moments of cosmic horror that I noticed whilst playing. Maybe this is a result of the time the game was set in, but there's just generally a lot less of it. That's still one Harry Mason.
A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. Prevent you from your wild curiosity.
Sound design. The same sickly wind blows through the harrowed land of the Old Hunters. The same deep reverb echoes the harsh metal strikes of your weapons in the underground corridors of the research halls. The uttering of whispers, like 1,000 muttering voices, occasionally sneaks into your ears from the ambient sound that plays during the quiet parts before the fights. The sounds of combat consists of the slick splattering of blood, the crunch of metal and bone, and the dire screams of pained creatures. The boss music is again brilliantly done and fittingly dramatic for the level of threat in the DLC, from Ludwig's mad concerto to Lady Maria's almost sad, melancholic dirge that breaks into a glorious, triumphant fanfare that makes her fight incredibly memorable. The voice acting is ominous and brilliantly executed, with events recalled by people so desperate to conceal secrets that are haunted by what they've seen and done, and it's all conveyed in the way they speak. Directional audio hasn't changed, and it's just as good as the main game, along with some stellar sound design. That's two Harry Masons.
Please.
Gore. The gore yet again carries over from the visceral kills that spray blood everywhere to the blood vial injections you use to heal, but this time there's a bigger emphasis on the depraved research that took place in the past, with various experiments that are just like the main game, more disturbing and disgusting the more you know about them, with the DLC generally having more things that are gross in concept than some of the things that take place in the main game. The gore is still here and it's just as effective. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. The Old Hunters sets the scene for the events of the main game, with it taking place in a memory. A lot of the geometry ends up feeling unrealistic as you transcend from a clock tower to a fishing hamlet, like walking from one moment to the next. The story is, again, hard to decipher, with many things deliberately being vague, but the story takes the similar theme of seeking enlightenment to the same depraved level, revealing the things the Bergenworth scholars did in order to attain the enlightenment they sought.
Shrouded by ivory with steady stride, coloured by blood but always clear with mud.
What you can take away from the expansion is probably less interesting than the main game, but still leagues above the sort of story told in many other DLC content packs that exist, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. The Old Hunters is a lot more than just more of the same, but either deliberately or as a result of the choices in the story, ends up being a less of a cosmic horror experience than the main game. It's still fantastic and highly recommended. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I heard the rumour of the old ones, I did not meet them and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Don't Be Afraid is a first-person horror game where you play as David, a young boy who's been kidnapped by a psychopathic killer and must escape his deadly house of puzzles. The game is available on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, PC, and features strong themes of violence towards children. Atmosphere. The music is dreamlike, and the layout of the basement and house can be quite confusing and surreal, with bodies and mannequins littered everywhere. It does sometimes push the level of realism into the nightmarish, with the makeshift nature to everything making it look like a low-budget maze from the Saw franchise.
David, oh, we're having so much fun. You're so obedient and polite. Oh, I think you deserve a treat. But before that, I have one more request for you. Would you kindly enter this box? If you do, I might think about letting you go.
Thanks to the puzzled environments, there's a strong sense of foreboding that carries on until the later game, with the voice of your kidnapper, Franklin, taunting you and testing you throughout. There's a sense of hopelessness as every action you do is obviously bad for David, but Franklin makes it seem as though you have to do them to be let go, that being compliant will somehow get you out of it. The situation is deeply unpleasant, and the fact that it's all befalling a child is disturbing, which is the main thing that lingers on throughout the game. It becomes obvious after a while that the traps themselves don't necessarily harm David, but it doesn't stop them from being frightening or intimidating, with the added vulnerability of being a child making things like being left in the dark panic-inducing on occasions. It also shows the plight of the other children who were taken by Franklin, and it and the various mentions of child cruelty permeate the experience. The game eventually loses a lot of what it built in the first half, with the latter parts of the game resembling more of a fever dream, and many things end up losing their meaning. But nevertheless, the themes the game covers are frankly upsetting and loom over the entire experience. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game has quite a few jump scares, and they're a bit of a mixed bag, with some landing and others falling flat due to timing errors or just being predictable, like mannequins moving around when you aren't looking. The game's monsters and chase sequences are extremely lackluster. When an enemy finds you, it follows you relentlessly and it's impossible to shake some of them, but thanks to their repeating voice lines, silly running animations, and a general non-frightening appearance, they aren't very intimidating. When you're caught, the death or losing animation is extremely underwhelming, and it makes dying more of an annoyance than anything else. The one thing the game does best is showing something incredibly intimidating and then having Franklin tell you that you need to do something obviously dangerous in order to progress, like unlocking the chain on a monster's collar. There's several really creepy or unexplained things in the game that are just unpleasant to be around, but by far the most unsettling parts of the game are sections where David is confronted by Franklin directly, with some scenes being creepy to just difficult to stomach.
Sorry, my darling. I just couldn't resist.
Whilst the game tries a lot, it's mostly down to implementation when something doesn't work, or an underwhelming execution. The game tries so many different things that don't work or fail to land, but it does have one or two moments that are genuinely creepy or unpleasant. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The music really boils down to one track that's played constantly, a dreamlike but unsettling low-pitched whispery whine that's soaked in reverb. It's very low in the mix but unmistakably there, and contrasts very heavily against the loud sound effects. The chase music and incidental jump scare music are both effective, but are pretty generic. The sound effects themselves are pretty creepy, even if some of them seem stock. The reverb placed on them is very heavy and makes the environments feel immensely large. It's almost unrealistic, but it really helps the atmosphere regardless. The sound effects have a bad habit of being repeated way too often and not having much variety, with the same ones being repeated over and over again. The game also sometimes plays screams and grunts at random, with noises emanating from somewhere else in the area rather than baked into the soundtrack, which comes across as more genuine. The voice acting is extremely limited, and like some of the sound effects, it's repeated heavily.
Here in the forest, dark and deep, I offer you eternal sleep. Here in the forest, dark and deep, I offer you eternal sleep. I'm coming for you. Here in the forest, dark and deep,
Franklin is the only character to have a lot of lines, and he talks in a sickly sing-song way and laughs way too often. It sometimes comes across as creepy, but often just seems cheesy, with him laughing at the end of nearly every sentence. His voice also sometimes becomes grating, with the audio effects to simulate a loudspeaker being a bit too sharp on occasions. There's directional audio for most of the sound effects, and it helps locate enemies sometimes, which is always nice. The game's sound design has some annoying flaws that ultimately hurt the experience, and whilst it does one or two things well, it's not really enough to redeem it. That's still one Harry Mason. Gore. The game has blood or red paint over nearly every mannequin, and there are corpses stacked up in rooms all throughout the game with a very copy-paste style. The way they look is fairly harrowing, but it really pushes the realism of such a prolific killer that seems needless for a person who seemingly only targets children. Where the game really goes into the unpleasant territory is the things that befall David himself, and the violence towards children is particularly difficult to stomach. Whilst it's undeniable that it certainly leaves more of an impact because it's happening to a child, it's totally needless and the scenario is beyond uncomfortable. That's still one Harry Mason. Story. The game opens with David waking up underground in a locked cell with his kidnapper Franklin telling him that he'll be allowed to leave if he just does what he says. The story is pretty difficult to stomach, with Franklin kidnapping and mutilating various children and making threats to kill them. There's a lot of notes left throughout the game, and the voice recordings are sometimes pointless to read and sometimes just reiterate the same things that Franklin himself says.
It's Andy. I found another kid. A girl. Her name is Lydia. I tried to take her with me, but this psycho already laid his dirty hands on her. I'm warning you. Be careful. Be smart. Play his stupid game so he won't suspect anything. Remember to look for my tapes, though. I'll leave you the screwdriver on the second floor in the drawer of the desk. I have to go. Find my next tape. I'll place crayons on the floor so you can easily find the right desk.
David also has some flashbacks that lead him to getting kidnapped, and whilst the early ones are difficult to understand why they've even been included, the last one is truly unpleasant. There's multiple endings due to David being able to follow a trail of letters from the previous children that seemingly allow him to escape, but following Franklin's orders leads to possibly the most grim ending I've ever seen. The story isn't deep, its subject matter is more for shock value than anything else, and it has a habit of falling over itself to tell you things you didn't need to know, making the final score 1 out of 5 Harry Masons. Don't Be Afraid has some incredibly unpleasant scenes that make playing it difficult. Whilst it has a decent atmosphere and some scary moments, it's hard to recommend because of all the caveats to every section. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I did everything Franklin asked, I did not think it was a good idea, and I advise you don't do it either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Separate Ways is a DLC expansion for Resident Evil 4 and follows Agent Ada Wong as she tries to recover the Amber in a scenario that plays alongside the Resident Evil 4 main campaign. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The game has a much less horror focus than the main campaign, but has its moments as Ada is thrown in some of the scenarios that Leon faced in the original 2005 game, tackling updated gruesome monsters and dealing with dangerous spy missions. But the atmosphere is largely absent from a lot of the game, with the spy intrigue replacing a lot of the horror. The pace is generally much faster and it doesn't leave you to your own devices for very long. It still has some eerie, quiet moments as Ada explores Salazar's castle or the regenerator facility, and the atmosphere almost creeps in for these brief moments, but it's largely absent as stealth, combat and espionage make up the majority of the playtime. That's no Harry Masons.
That was bound to happen.
scares. Whilst the monsters are still imposing, the threat is greatly diminished for everything other than the bosses, since Ada can use the grapple hook to leave the area if the combat becomes too much of a hassle, and the times you can't escape a fight are pretty few and far between. Without the fight for survival, most of the enemies were just annoyances. Even with the difficulty seeming generally higher, being able to exit combat at will really took away the intensity of some of these situations. The boss fights are still intense, and some of them almost break into being frightening with their horrifying appearances and powers. The late game has some chase sequences which were surprisingly intense and worked well with how fast the enemies were, but these were only brief moments in a 4 to 6 hour game. Separate Ways tries some new things and some of it works, but a lot of it is mostly combat with normal enemies, and you don't need to engage with that if you don't want to. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The music tracks feature some really cheesy tremolo guitars that are usually associated with espionage, and it's hard to say that it doesn't sound great and adds some mystique to playing as Ada, but it's just another thing that takes the horror out of the experience. There's a lot of remixes of classic tracks that are seeing a pleasant return in Separate Ways. The boss fights are more orchestral choir work, and they really do a good job at making the bosses feel more intense. The sound effects are again incredible, working on the rock-solid foundation of the base game, with everything from opening the suitcase to shooting the guns being a real treat to the ears. The voice acting is brilliant, with Lewis being just as good as the base game and Wesker having a deep, gravelly voice that always sounds threatening.
Excellent timing, Ada. You know how I feel about being tied up. And yes, many thanks. You see, those annoying monks took everything from me.
Including the amber?
No. Cleverly hidden just before they grabbed me.
Ada herself in the cutscene sounds great, but the quips and small lines of dialogue she has during the gameplay feel lackluster, with a lot of them not really matching the scenario or feeling like Ada's cold, emotionless voice just wasn't suited for the lines she was given. The reverb and directional audio are great, and they all worked exactly as they should. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. A lot of the gore carries over from the base game, with heads exploding from rifle impacts and the plagas bursting out from people's necks. Without adding anything specifically to Separate Ways, the game easily nails the gore, but there are some extra moments as part of Ada's story that keep it fresh also, with the bosses she encounters. That's two Harry Masons.
Sounds like you could use a little help.
Story. The story follows Ada as she works in the shadows of Leon's campaign to try and recover the Amber, something capable of changing and infecting the world.
La campana.
Él nos invoca.
The story is easily the best aspect of the game, providing more backstory to certain characters like Lewis and fleshing out a lot of lore even in diary entries. These things were already satisfactory, but seeing it all fit together with the main game is very satisfying. It's condensed and fits a lot of the same locations and scenarios into roughly half the time it takes to beat the main game, but adds a lot more unique encounters that weren't in the original Separate Ways. What makes it more enjoyable is having Ada interact with many of the same threats Leon faces, but catching it from a different angle and returning to areas after he's already been there. It feels like it completes the Resident Evil 4 story and sets up for more intrigue on the horizon. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Separate Ways is a brilliant addition to the story, but its horror elements are weaker than the main game, which was already struggling to present its atmosphere and scares. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got the Amber, I didn't give it to Wesker and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The Evil Within 2 is a third-person, open-world horror game that follows Sebastian Castellanos as he's pulled into the broken world of Union, a virtual town created by a shady organization. The game is currently available on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The Evil Within 2 is an open-world game, and from nearly the start allows you to walk the crumbling, broken ruins of what used to be a town called Union, and just roaming the streets has an electric feel, as anticipation surrounds the feeling of endless possibilities for what lies ahead.
Hello? Hey!
Going into any of the houses and it changes to an immediate sense of tension, as it feels for the early game that there's something waiting for you in every house. Sometimes there's a combat encounter, sometimes there's something creepy, and sometimes there's nothing much at all, but it's eerie nonetheless.
Please, I won't sin again. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for what I've done.
Hello?
Please forgive me.
Are you okay?
Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Oh God, please. Please.
The story inevitably pushes you towards the game's antagonist, and the early game is more about art and gore, and leads to some hauntingly beautiful scenes of depravity, with the sharp tones of murder conflicting the lavish unrealism of a virtual world, allowing for them to mesh together, creating time-looped sculptures of people being killed.
That's one of the search team.
The dark corridors of the Marrow are always foreboding as they twist and bend, but as time goes on, it leaves a lot of these things behind and presents a more linear path forward. The second antagonist comes in and things become more about fire and guilt, and it feels like a lot of the atmosphere is lost as it becomes much more of a desperate fight for survival, and the game ramps up in difficulty. The quiet moments disappear and it's mostly combat throughout the rest of the game. It starts off pretty strong and has a lot of really slow, creepy atmospheres and spooky environments, but as things change, it isn't able to maintain it for the duration. But even the later game does have its moments. That's one Harry Mason.
What the hell?
Scares. From haunting cutscenes showing bizarre and cruel things to surreal monsters that appear out of the ether to terrorize you, the game is always trying something, but it mostly seems to try the same thing by presenting a monster for you to deal with. And while some of the game's enemies are frightening because of their appearance, a lot of them are unremarkable, and dealing with them really is only frightening if you're low on supplies. Some of them, like the fire monsters, can just be irritating, But this doesn't stop the game from trying the same thing over and over, with any kind of variety being a pleasant surprise. And there are some really great moments, with some tense chase sequences, mind-bending moments as the environment changes around you, a first-person section as you sneak through a corridor of deadly gas with enemies hunting you, to presenting rooms full of wire traps that harken back to the first game, and as previously mentioned, the cutscenes have some really cruel scenes that are unpleasant to behold. But the game is very long and these moments are very few and far between, in amongst the overwhelming number of times that you're just given an enemy to deal with. That's still one Harry Mason.
What are these things?
Sound design. A whispery, thin, ghostly sound is layered over the dark groan of a large stringed instrument. The radio clicks on and its sound reverberates across the floor as the static creeps in and the unintelligible whimpers of a woman leak through the radio speakers. The sound design has some really fantastic moments of complete immersion, especially in the game's quieter moments when you're allowed to hear it all working.
If it keeps breaking apart like this, there won't be any Union to search. I gotta try to find that signal.
When the ferocity of combat starts up, the music uses dramatic, menacing horns and the sound of scraping metal and juttering strings and really makes the combat feel like a life or death situation. The themes continue as the game changes its tone, with more religious and saddening pieces backed up again by Claire de Lune, making a return from the first game.
Is it really you?
The voice acting is mostly better, but some characters feel a little wooden in the dialogue sections, with their performances being vastly better in the cutscenes. Needless to say, the directional audio and the reverb are perfectly functional and keep the immersion going the whole time. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There's corpses of the people of Union left in bloody piles to really show how a literal city of people were reduced to a few monsters roaming a dead town. The blood is bright red and explodes out of enemies in a flourish. It sprays over the walls and leaks off of corpses once the head pops. There's lots of gory scenes throughout the game, with a lot of it either being cruel, deranged, or just morbid, but somehow it never feels excessive. The gore makes the combat as enjoyable as it can be. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. The story sees Sebastian drunk and washed up after the events of the first game as he's approached by an organization named Mobius to make amends for his failure to save his daughter in a house fire, and is told that she's alive and they need him to help save her. He's dragged into STEM, which allows him to access Union, a town not unlike Beacon in the first game, where a Mobius Special Force crew have tried to save his daughter unsuccessfully. Whilst the setup is a little generic and seems like an excuse to throw Sebastian back into a similar scenario, the game's story starts with a lot of mystique that sort of wavers as time goes on. There's some interesting diary entries about the technology used to make Union possible, but some of them can be a little boring. There's also memories you can recall from the radio that foreshadow events and document the decline of the Mobius task force, but they have a habit of painting most of the Mobius members as one-dimensional. More personal things like finding slides lets you sit down and talk to the events with returning character Kidman, but there's nothing too deep about them, with Sebastian recalling pained memories and swearing to make things right repeatedly. A lot of characters aren't really well developed very much before they either die or betray Sebastian, but there is a lot of side content and it's possible that there's more development in them. The story has a lot of memorable scenes, and whilst it sheds the open world as more and more it progresses, it doesn't hurt the feeling of progression. The game is about 13 to 15 hours long, with the potential for it to be even longer if you explore all the side content, which does go away to add flavour to the open world. Overall, there's a large quantity of story in the game, but more often than not, the quality comes into question, making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Whilst I vastly prefer playing this game over the first game, it's lacking in quite a few ways, which is a little sad considering how well the game started, with the promise of an open world being so tantalizing. And it for a little while really does a great job at keeping that up, but the more the story progresses, the less desire there was to explore. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I loved exploring Union, I didn't go too far and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse is a third-person horror game that follows several characters as they uncover the secrets behind Moonlight Syndrome on Rogetsu Island. The game is currently available on Steam, Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. Mask of the Lunar Eclipse is a cold, spacious game that's atmosphere feels like it's taking place inside a morgue or the belly of an iron ship. The sound design makes the rooms feel like they're made out of metal, and the architecture of Rogetsu Hall is supposed to be that of a hospital, but feels more like a haunted mansion, with its run-down, derelict walls cracking from the lack of maintenance and the eerie moonlight seeping in through every window. The masks which help define the game cover the walls, and there are some incredibly creepy designs with some that look like they have faded, charred skin, and it's hard to ignore them as they watch you pass by. Everything feels electrically charged, like the slightest action will set things in motion, but the soundtrack plays dissonant, tuneless tones more hauntingly empty than before, creating a feeling of divide between the environment and the character. Like the other entries, the colour palette is mostly blues, dull greys and browns, and it makes the environments feel cold and melancholy. There's a sense of sadness in the air. There's not a great deal of dread or tension, just apprehension, like it's obvious there was never going to be anything good here for you to find. One of the themes of the game is amnesia, and roaming the corridors of Rogetsu Hall and the infirmary gives you the feeling of a disturbing thing that you've forgotten that's coming back to find you. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Since it's Fatal Frame, the main focus is on the ghost fights, and the ghosts in this entry in the series have unsettlingly piercing eyes, with their full iris being rendered with a really disturbing amount of definition, leading to a lot of ghosts looking distressed or seeming to peer into your soul with their wild stare. Thanks to this, the ghosts fights are more unsettling, but only really for specific ghosts. The disappointing thing is that so many of the less interestingly designed ghosts make more of an appearance, and in Choshiro's chapter, it's more of an annoyance than anything, since his method of defense is the spirit flashlight, which makes dealing with ghosts very easy, but having them block your way to slow you down is just a pain. Ruka's chapter has some brutal ghost encounters that can be pretty stressful, but it's mostly down to your camera upgrades over how much stress these will be. There's several scripted events that lead to more ghost fights, with some of them being downright creepy, and the game slips in a few jump scares with the ghosts appearing in random places, but it's not as effective as it has been in previous games, with some of them falling pretty flat. The game has the added feature of having you search the environments for dolls to photograph, and again, the staring eyes of the dolls as their haunting visage fills the screen is incredibly creepy. The game was the first to use the slow grab for items, and from my experience it was so easy to avoid getting grabbed that I never got grabbed once during the game, which removed any fear that it may have brought. As usual for Fatal Frame, the cutscenes are mildly creepy to downright disturbing. Sound design. The music and sound effects are soaked in a deep reverb that permeates the whole game. Every door creaks, and carpeted hallways, which should be relatively reverb-free, echo with an unrealistically spacious chime, like somehow you're already dead. It's ghostly. The music itself is torn between the dissonant tracks mentioned earlier, which comprise of tape hiss, crackling, whispers, banging noises, and the occasional scraping, bending, and other sounds of things like people moaning and wood creaking. The ghost fights sound downright abrasive, with some of them being like metallic objects screeching into your ears, and distorted screams which help the ghost encounters be yet more disturbing. The rest of the music brings back this beautiful piano over and over for enchanting but sorrowful melodies, or the almost bewitching organ that plays near the end of the game that feels like a holy event as you're ushered into the afterlife. Mask of the Lunar Eclipse doesn't feature an English voiceover, and the Japanese actors all sound immaculate to someone who doesn't really know what they're saying. Again, the sound effects are all whispery, with gentle chimes echoing through the game as you browse menus and text prompts appearing like ghosts themselves. The directional audio is great, with it still helping players identify a ghost location by sound alone, which was always very helpful. Overall, yet more great audio from a Fatal Frame game. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. Whilst there are some mentions of medical experiments and some bodies shown, the gore is very light since it happened a very long time before the game takes place. As a result, there's not much gore and it suits the game. That's 3 Harry Masons.
"私たち5人が映っていたのは確かにこの建物ね。ねえ美咲、本当にここに来ればよかったのかな。写真の場所でも何も思い出せなかったし。もう帰ろう。私の言う通りにしてればいいの。まどかもあんな風になりたいの。そう、私たちを見てしまった。次は私たちの番だ。神隠しにあった5人が順番に。
Story. The story follows Ruka Minazuki, Misaki Eiso, and Choshira Kirishima, who find themselves on Regetsu Island in the wake of a series of events they struggle to remember, returning after 10 or so years to find some understanding of their past. Ruka and Misaki are 2 of 5 girls, 2 of which are now dead, who were rescued by Choshiro, who was a private detective at the time. The game's story takes a long time to unravel, with a lot of focus shifting from bizarre medical experiments to sanatorium treatments, and finally the dark traditions and rituals of Regetsu Island. It's a tale of sorrow and obsession that led to destruction. The story is mostly told through cutscenes, flashbacks, diary entries, and audio tapes, and there's lots of smaller things going on in the background, with lots of interesting patient history brought up, even with some characters were not that important to the regards to the overall plot, that were still given wonderfully crafted patient rooms. The diary entries sometimes drag on, revealing very little, but the right ones do a fantastic job of not only being creepy and foreshadowing, but explaining things in an unnerving way, whilst still feeling evasive, which makes reading them more interesting as they constantly feel as though they're holding something back. The medical terms used in a lot of these is unsettling, with them comparing the progression of Moonlight Syndrome to that of a flower, with budding and blossoming somehow feeling incredibly disturbing to hear when in relation to this already bizarre condition. The story is very slow, but keeps that pace throughout its 12 or so hours, introducing new chapters in the dark tale of the girls and Shoshiro until it ends, with the normal ending leaving certain characters' fates ambiguous, which can be a little disappointing. Overall, the story, whilst being very slow, is pretty fascinating to watch unfold, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Mask of the Lunar Eclipse is a very slow-paced game that spaces out its creepy moments and its ghost fights. The backstory and unsettling Moonlight Syndrome really do make the game memorable. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I saw the effects of Moonlight Syndrome, I did not blossom and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Don't always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. From the Darkness is a first-person psychological horror game that follows an unnamed protagonist as they visit the Soviet-era apartment of their deceased grandfather to retrieve the family photo album. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game's perspective is a little fish-eyed and seems unstable, which makes the whole game feel like a fever dream, something you only groggily remember as your vision sways slowly around. And the stairs that led up to the apartment, despite containing nothing, got ominous thanks to the low hum that persists throughout most of the game. These two things build the foundation of the atmosphere. Entering the apartment and the atmosphere gets increasingly worse, with the immense dread building from the darkness that sits in front of you, combined with a strange, unshakable sensation that there's something lurking in it. The atmosphere continually gets worse, with the game expertly presenting extremely unnerving things that you can't do anything about. Instead of presenting the feeling of being watched, you know that you are being watched, and there's nothing you can do about it. From the Darkness presents its darkness in such a foreboding way that spending any time in it feels completely intolerable. The atmosphere changes up and down by presenting more and more unsettling scenarios one after another, with reality seemingly going out the window as you traverse its cramped, run-down nightmare. So much so that it makes the 40-minute game feel like you've been playing it for an eternity. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares start with the subtle and go all the way to the extreme, beginning by showing you things that make you question what you saw, whilst periodically messing with you, turning the lights out and closing the doors. The overwhelming feeling that you aren't alone is confirmed time and time again as you briefly see something flash past a doorway. The game keeps putting the player in uncomfortable scenarios that generate a very real fear, and then shattering the already sky-high tension with a jump scare. The game only has 1 or 2 jump scares, but they're completely terrifying. The game is mostly made of scripted events, and it's such a well-executed haunted house ride that it barely leaves you any time to process what's going on before something else happens. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The game doesn't really use much music at all, electing instead to use various levels of deep humming or infrasound that never fails to give headphone users a sense of unease. The sound effects are all claustrophobic to match the tiny apartment, but they don't change when you switch environments, which briefly takes you out of the moment. The sound effects themselves are generic but used very well, with a standout example being the sound of a child crying that changes pitch as you get closer to the source, sinking down to a disturbing moan, and finally a demonic growl. There's no voice acting since there's no voices, but the directional audio for the sound effects is fantastic and used to help solve the puzzles in the game. It works flawlessly. Overall, there's very little used in From the Darkness, but what is used very well. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The game presents some unsettling bodies, and thanks to the engine, or maybe a design choice, all the corpses in the game have a very greasy look to them, like they're made of wax, and it's somehow unpleasant. There's bathtubs full of blood and some gory puzzles to solve, but it's a small part of the game. It never takes center stage, but it's still gross to see. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. An unnamed character arrives at his grandfather's apartment to reclaim the family photo album. The game's story is deliberately vague, with your character being unnamed and everything else, besides gathering your grandfather's photo album, being a mystery. There's no explanation on anything for what's happening, or if whatever is haunting your grandfather's apartment is even your grandfather or something else. But the game doesn't seem like it would be any better if these riddles were answered, and even having a single diary entry will probably break up the game's pace. The mystery only seems to add more to the experience, and wondering what really happened at the end is the cherry on the cake. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. From the Darkness is a terrifying game that's atmosphere and scares are completely nerve-wracking. It's not a long game at all, but time seems to slow down when you play it. It does such a good job with every single aspect of its makeup that it's genuinely very impressive. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got the photo album, I was unable to leave, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Rewind or Die is a first-person horror game that follows Tony, a video store clerk caught up in a slasher's nightmarish trap. The game is available on Steam.
Hello? Keith? Keith, I thought you were...
We're going to have fun tonight.
Who the fuck is this?
I'll see you soon, you bigot.
Screw waiting for Keith, I'm getting out of here right now.
Atmosphere. There's a horror comedy atmosphere to the game with many jokes and comedically dressed characters. Things are sleazy for the sake of being sleazy, and the setup to the events that follow are as lowbrow as possible. It's so much of a 90s slasher that it hurts. A lot of events are eye-rolling, but they're still cheesy fun. The start is pretty slow, being mostly jokes about retail, but there's a lot of foreshadowing that's impossible to ignore, with characters all talking about abductions and disappearances, and soon things go south for Tony. Arriving at Slaw's Butcher Den, the atmosphere really starts to creep in, with the PlayStation graphics making the straw and rust all blend in together with the stained wood and blood. And initially the area is pretty intimidating, but despite the way the place looks, as time goes on, it becomes apparent that you've got infinite time to explore and there's no real danger. The atmosphere slowly slips away because the antagonist Slaw doesn't show his face for what feels like ages, and you're free to walk around and solve puzzles in the meantime, until he's scripted to show up again. The later game puts you in a large maze-like area with Slaw, and there's a hell of a lot more tension here, especially because Slaw seems to be able to teleport near you, which really ramps things up. Sadly, this and the final section are the only times the tension is ever this high, and it's not for very long. It's clear that the game isn't taking itself very seriously, but when it's trying to be creepy, the presentation of the environments doesn't hold the atmosphere up as you leisurely solve puzzles and explore. That's no Harry Mason's. Scares. The game tries a lot of typical things, from chase sequences to scripted events and jump scares, but there's problems with most of them. The jump scares fail to hit a lot of the time because of how the atmosphere is. Whilst they do sometimes catch you off guard, they often embarrass themselves since the atmosphere doesn't hit hard enough for some of them to really be effective.
Oh my good God! Jesus Christ, Cap, don't do that.
The scripted events suffer the same fate, with the game adding a jump scare to the end of a cutscene that also usually fails to hit because the tension just isn't that high for it to work. The chase sequences are exciting, but the music that plays alongside them feels more along the lines of horror comedy, which sort of removes the fear from the moment. It does do a section where Tony is locked in a freezer that's really nerve-wracking, but it's a small part of the game overall. Rewind or Die is trying, and some things do work, but a lot of things just don't seem to get through at all. That's still no Harry Mason's. Sound design. The game's music is mostly either creepy little melodies or rock pieces, and whilst the creepy melodies end up feeling slightly unnerving, they aren't really used very much. The rock music works for making the chase sequences exciting, but it doesn't really make them frightening. The ambiance though is fantastic, from the hectic streets near the start of the game with the fires burning and police sirens in the distance, to Slaw's butcher shop that has flies buzzing, water dripping, an odd humming whistle from the machines nearby, and the sound of your cellmate crying to himself. There's a lot of great environmental sound effects that help the areas in the game be more believable. The voice acting isn't great, probably on purpose. Tony himself doesn't react very strongly to anything much, and several other characters are sort of the same. Slaw's voice acting is probably the best in the game, with his disturbing voice really reflecting the mask that he wears. The reverb and sound space is surprisingly good and worked in every environment to improve the feel of it. Despite the voice acting not being great, the rest of the key points are pretty good overall. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. The gore is over the top and nasty, with black burned skeletons and large piles of body parts and blood piling up in the corners of the rooms. It really pushes the boundaries of realism, with the butcher's shop scenery not really covering the sheer amount of viscera the game shows. But like a lot of other elements of the game, it's gnarly and highly enjoyable. That's two Harry Masons.
Sure, I'll tell him. No worries. Bye. That was Keith. Wants you to cover the evening shift. Michelle hasn't turned up for work.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Isn't Dave in?
It's really busy, apparently.
I hate you so much. You know that, right?
Better get a jog on, mate. You know what he's like.
Yeah, well, next time, tell him to shove it, yeah?
Story. Tony, a video store clerk, is called into work late night after a co-worker fails to turn in, and after some foreboding events, he's targeted by the murderous killer Slaw. The game's story is not the highlight and didn't need to be anything special, but there's a fun relationship between Tony and the other characters that add to the lowbrow vibe the game gives off. It's also satisfying that it has options that allow you to save other characters in the game, including the dog. There's some notes, but they're not hugely important, and neither is the backstory, to the point where I never found myself interested in who or what Slaw was at all, and that allowed the game to be more enjoyable. It doesn't really matter. The game has a post-credit sequence that was also pretty silly but insightful too, which was nice. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Rewind or Die doesn't take itself seriously, but it seems that the lack of sincerity has hurt some of the more important aspects of the game. It's still highly enjoyable and a really fun game, but its atmosphere and scares just don't leave much of an impact. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I escaped the butcher shop, I didn't leave the dog behind, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The Alien Cube is a Lovecraftian horror game where you play as Arthur, who becomes embroiled in a strange mystery after the disappearance of his uncle.
What's going on?
The game is available on PC.
Oh my god! No, no, no!
Atmosphere. The Alien Cube presents many fantastical locations, from dark underground temples to beautiful snowy valleys and murky ritual sites. But what makes these places almost sinister is the strange combination of them feeling lonely, with Arthur being what feels like the last man on Earth in nearly every chapter, and the constant feeling that you're being watched. There's so many lived-in environments but no sign of life anywhere, and it's vaguely creepy even if it's a development limitation. But on top of that is the constant, uncanny feeling of being watched. You never see anyone, but there's always a feeling that someone's there, that you're never too far away from someone doing something on the other side of a wall or seemingly avoiding you. What hurts the atmosphere is mainly the lack of payoff to things. Some moments the atmosphere intensifies for certain scenes, but it often goes nowhere and the feeling subsides as if something was meant to be there, but nothing was. The atmosphere doesn't manage to sustain itself throughout all the scenes, with some chapters feeling a little too long with nothing much in them, and the atmosphere really struggles to keep going through some parts, but it never fully fades away. The game's Lovecraftian themes are only really in its set design, with classic fear of the unknown not really be something the game tries outside of its diary entries, and then maybe much later in the final chapters. Despite this, it's undoubtable that the eerie feeling of being watched, along with the murky music that plays as you explore these hauntingly empty locations, makes playing the game spooky and unsettling at times. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. As mentioned earlier, the game very rarely decides to capitalize on the atmosphere it's built with any scares, and many moments are often anticlimactic as a result. There's some chase sequences and one or two jump scares, but they're very rare in comparison with how long the game is. The chase sequences are a bit underwhelming, with them either ending very quickly or resulting in you dying instantly. They're very brief and often forgotten about as soon as they're over. The monster designs themselves appear to be cultists with an eerie grin stretched across their face, but the game doesn't really give you much time to escape them, since they kill you in a single hit. There's some moments where Arthur's sanity is called into question, with the environment changing or things disappearing, but they're very brief moments and didn't leave much of an impact. There's some really big cosmic horror set pieces and the feeling of things going on that are bigger than you, but again they're quite brief and it's easy to forget about some of them as the meandering through a valley seems to take precedence. Ultimately, that's about it for the game's scares, and it's a bit disappointing that a game that does so well with atmosphere and seems to have natural moments where you expect something to happen, but most of the time fails to deliver anything. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. At its best, the soundtrack is comprised of some excellently heady pieces, with murky, warbling synths rising up from the depths of the ocean, with a heartbeat playing over them like a drum of doom, counting down your last moments on Earth. The rest of the soundtrack is mostly long, winding synth tones and soft strings that bring about an eerie, unsettling feel. The sound effects are very realistic and never seemed out of place. Though it's rare, it's nice that the game will often play howling noises at random to give you a reason to stop and look in the direction of the sound to see if you can see anything. There's a lot of incidental tracks to build emphasis on specific moments, and the madness-related tracks contain wonderful layers of whispering and grinding noises, like your mind is being stretched and bent. The environmental sounds like crickets chirping and the wind howling for a lot of the outdoor sections also really help make the environments all the more believable. There's very little voice acting, with most of it just being Arthur occasionally saying something, and some of it feels a little forced and lacking realism to the things befalling him, which again does hurt the big cosmic horror set pieces to hear Arthur have a forced reaction to them. The directional audio is perfectly implemented, and so is the reverb. The sound design is mostly very good, with the voice acting being only a minor blemish ultimately. There's not really anything new, but it's still top-notch work. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There are several bodies throughout the game, and it fits in with the things that have taken place. There's some unpleasant scenes at the game's finale that are pretty harrowing to behold as well. That's 3 Harry Masons.
Where am I? What am I doing here?
Story. After a nightmare of an asteroid hitting the Earth and finding an alien cube in the crater, Arthur awakens to find his uncle has disappeared, and after travelling to his apartment he finds his uncle and his family is embroiled in a much deeper mystery than he could ever have imagined. The story is mostly told through loading screen dialogue, diary entries, and things Arthur sees or says to himself. The writing leaves a bit to be desired, with the story of the game mostly being told through diary entries. Whilst the story itself is pretty fascinating as far as Lovecraftian games go, the method of delivery means missing notes will leave large gaps in the story, and the way they're written sometimes makes it feel as though the game is being told directly to the player, rather than being presented as the diary entry it's meant to be.
That voice. It's calling me. Oh God, what have I seen? I can't believe it. What was that thing? I'm badly hurt. It's a miracle I'm still alive.
These are quite small complaints, and your mileage may vary, but the general story is very intriguing, and its consequences are felt at the very strong finale, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. The alien cube does a lot of things very well, and some things pretty poorly, but the overall experience is pretty fantastic. It can drag in places with things being set up and not paying off, but the story, if you're able to experience it, more than makes up for it. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt like I was being watched, I did not go looking for cultists, and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The Callisto Protocol is a third-person survival horror game that follows pilot Jacob Lee as his ship crash lands on Jupiter's moon of Callisto. The game is available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The Callisto Protocol's immersion is brilliant, with the sound design doing a lot of heavy lifting to bring the environments alive. But the problem is that many of the game's environments just aren't creepy. Even with various bodies and strange viscera and growths covering things, the areas you traverse aren't imposing or foreboding. There's very little tension as the game progresses because Callisto Protocol just doesn't change, presenting nearly the same combat variety at the start as it does at the end, with only 3 or 4 enemy types in the whole game.
Sir, we have to evacuate. Negative, we have to contain this. Not a single inmate is escaping on my watch. But sir, you don't understand. They're not inmates. Not anymore.
There's very little to be afraid of, and even with things sneaking about in the vents above you, there's no fear of when it'll arrive. The soundtrack only comes in now and then, as it's used extremely sparsely to enhance the atmosphere or provide a feeling of some kind, so the majority of the game you're left in a silence that doesn't manage to be eerie. The lighting is impressive, but the lack of other features meant that it didn't matter how dark it was if there was no fear of what was in that darkness. The game does a better job with the Lost Colony chapter, with a lot of the rundown and ancient tunnels below the prison being more unsettling looking, but it's a very small part of the game. Ultimately, the Callisto Protocol's atmosphere is severely lacking, if present at all. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. The game's scares boil down to cutscenes and jump scares, with the rest of the responsibility put on the combat. Callisto Protocol is roughly 7 hours long, and due to the lack of atmosphere, it really struggles to get any of its scary moments to land. Many times it was either predictable thanks to the game's pacing, or when something did catch you by surprise, it fell flat. The setups changed time and time again, but the delivery was nearly always an enemy running at the player. There were a few jump scares that worked, but for the majority of the game it managed to be at best a little creepy. The combat was gory and could sometimes be intense, but the regular enemies were more of a chore to deal with thanks to the repetitive melee combat, that whilst initially satisfying, didn't change much throughout the game and became a bit tedious as time went on. Overall, enemy designs felt a little generic, looking like boiled humans more than monsters. The bosses managed to be more intense, but still didn't manage to be actively frightening to fight. The cutscenes were very impressive, but again they were exciting instead of frightening, which leaves the game in the awkward position of, through its own design, feeling uneventful. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The sound design is immaculate, with a brilliant but sadly underused soundtrack that encompasses the strings and various unnerving orchestral tones that graced Dead Space, and goes further to include some of the more uniquely instrumented pieces that really sound fantastic and help the cinematic moments throughout the game. The sound effects are incredible, with the sound of doors opening being chunky and metallic, and as stated earlier, the sound effects go a very long way to making the game's environments believable. The gunshots and melee impacts are again really sickeningly good, with stomping corpses and striking enemies having disgustingly realistic crunches and squelches.
Because after this job, we're never gonna have to work another day in our lives.
Well, I guess you got it all figured out.
I guess so.
Come on, man, what is this? Huh? Back and forth, Callisto to Europa, all this additional security.
It's a prison moon, Max. They take their security pretty serious.
And what about the attacks? Huh? How do you explain that?
By the outer way. They've been hitting targets all over the sector for the past 6 months.
The voice acting is surprisingly good, and the actors do a great job with their performances, even if the characters themselves are difficult to like. The reverb and directional audio are pretty much perfect, and really, the sound design is immensely impressive. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. There's a great deal of gore in the game, from using the telekinesis to throw enemies into spinning drills and spiked walls, and the finishing moves of melee weapons will smash in a skull or break a bone to cripple an enemy before finishing them off. Sometimes the gore effect seemed a little lacking, with stomping on enemies resulting in a blood spurt whilst the enemy stays stationary. Throwing enemies into a drill results again in the same blood spurt, as if contact with the drill liquidized them instantly. The feedback to gory things was sometimes a little unfulfilling, but the combat was still pretty satisfying, and the death animations, though, were fantastic, as clearly a lot of time had been put into them. That's two Harry Masons. Story. After a stowaway aboard Jacob's ship causes it to crash, killing his co-pilot in the process, Jacob seeks help in the local prison colony, but instead is arrested and taken in as a prisoner. Whilst pretty compelling to begin with, since the game begins with a lot of mystery and events that do a great job of evoking that feeling of injustice, the game's story only pops up now and then and follows a bit of a generic plot about immoral science experiments that were a bit predictable considering the situation that unfolded. Main characters like Jacob and Danny don't really evolve or change much as the things go on, and some stay pretty unlikable all the way through the game, until the very end where it does a plot twist to reveal things you don't know, but it feels way too late in the story to redeem them of their attitudes the entire game. There's some audio logs to listen to, and some of them are sort of interesting, but they are kind of forgettable. The story feels unfulfilling when it ends, with a lot of loose ends and questions left unanswered, making the final score 2 out of 5 Harry Masons. The game is unable to shake its ties to Dead Space, but doesn't have the same care applied to the right things to make it comparable. On its merits alone, some features of it are extremely well executed, but the parts that matter most are sadly left neglected. Again, I'd like to remind you, this whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I clubbed everything to death, I did not leave anything alive, and advise you don't either. There are more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Dead Space is a remake of the 2008 classic sci-fi survival horror game that follows engineer Isaac Clarke as he and the crew of the Galerians arrive on the mining ship F.E.A.R in response to a distress call. The game is available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The F.E.A.R is a wreck. The lights rarely work and only dimly illuminate the metallic platforms and cold, empty corridors of the ship. There's blood smeared over the walls and the sound of something groaning coming from down the hall. things creak and rumble as the ship falls apart, and whilst you know you're supposed to be searching for the crew, you already know they're dead. They have to be. The atmosphere is chilling. If Dead Space isn't showing you the scene of a grisly death, it's making you traverse its winding steel corridors that reverberate echoes of a previously busy ship. Voices seem to call out to you. People used to be here, but now there's just bodies and creatures lurking in the vents. The environments become increasingly hostile, with the sickly warmth of the organic growth that covers the later parts of the game, as well as the extremely dangerous machinery Isaac has to climb through. Dread manifests as you know going through them is a bad idea. The religious themes of the game are hard to ignore, with the concepts of unitology giving many places a disturbing tone. Several bodies gathered together, their faces wrapped up, candles lit, unintelligible things written on the wall, the pulse of something coming up from below. While some areas are horrifying, others are dazzling, with the attention to detail in the environments leading to some captivating areas, with shafts of light providing a respite from the relentless darkness. But as soon as you enter it, you have to leave, as the game builds dread in its long corridors and foreboding sections that you know are a trap, but you have to go into them anyway. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Dead Space excels with throwing you into combat, and even in the later game it still does an alright job of surprising you with enemies, but the returns on it lose their significance considerably. It's the main way the game tries to scare the player. Fighting enemies becomes more of a chore by the late game as you continuously upgrade your weapons. That said, on the same difficulty, the combat was notably harder, with many enemies making a beeline straight for Isaac, which led to running away to put space between you and them. Using weapons like the flamethrower and Ripper were incredibly therapeutic, as well as stomping enemies afterwards to get items. The flamethrower reminds me of John Carpenter's The Thing, with the horrible mutations burning to death and screaming their harrowing screams as they're slowly incinerated. The rest of the game's scripted events and cutscenes have changed slightly, and potentially for the better, with many of them putting Isaac into the middle of the action rather than viewing it from afar in certain scenes. Ultimately though, because of its similarity to the original, it still falls into the same trap of trying very little other than startling the player with combat, and just like the original, it becomes desensitizing as the game goes on. Dealing with enemies is harder, but it's still not frightening and slowly becomes predictable. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The sound design is winning awards, and it's clear why. From the familiar reuse of the original sound effects, the punchy weapons and howling gurgles of the monsters, the sound design is great all round. The soundtrack is just as dynamic and seems to morph and change to what's happening. Everything from Isaac's footsteps and breathing to the sickening ripping and tearing of necromorph cartilage from bone is captured so well and in such high fidelity that you can close your eyes and still envision what's happening. In its quiet moments, you can hear the automated announcements in the distance, the gentle rumble and jangle of the Ripper, the lights flickering on and off, and the sound of something roaring a few rooms away. Even opening a door is an auditory event. It's done so well in combination with the ship's reverb and directional audio to take the immersion to the next level.
There. Confirming visual contact with USG Ishimura.
What a beauty. Biggest planet cracker in her class, you know. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it so dark? We should be able to see her running lights.
Yeah. I'll get us into hailing range.
One of the biggest changes is that Isaac now talks, and whilst it's strange to a repeat player of the original, it becomes quite natural feeling and makes more sense going forward into Dead Space 2. A neat feature is how strained Isaac's voice lines are in regard to how much health he has, with his low health replies sounding like they came through gritted teeth. The rest of the cast aren't the same voice actors as the original, but the performances are fantastic and incredibly similar, with Mercer being a really standout performance in my opinion. Overall, the sound design is incredible. If all games had sound design this good, then I wouldn't even need to have the category. That's 2 Harry Masons.
You already know. Dead or living, we all feel the oneness to the purpose. Don't you want to be reunited with the people you lost?
Gore. The gore is a bloodier improvement over the original game thanks to the visual upgrade. Slicing through limbs leaves mutated flesh hanging off bones and makes the discovery of a body feel more impactful, simply because of how real it looks, with their internal organs hanging out of them like a cracked piñata. Blood sprays from necromorphs when you shoot them, and using weapons like the Ripper is very satisfying, but again, the flamethrower was the most fun for me personally, with the enemy frantically flailing about as they burn, their skin slowly charring black as they inevitably die. With how aggressive the enemies are, using the various weapons to end them is still an absolute blast in the game. That's 3 Harry Masons.
So you keep saying.
Here we go. Nice clean re-entry. Just 7.
Imagine 6 months staring at that
Story.
sugar rock.
The story of Dead Space sees Isaac Clarke travel to the USG Ishimura after receiving a distress call. Enthusiastic aboard the ship his girlfriend Nicole Brennan is serving on, the crew arrive to find the place abandoned.
Half the Ishimura's in the red. Engines, hull, the trams.
Could do that kind of damage to a planet cracker.
The story follows the theme of evolution and religion, with the cult of Unitology's presence on board the Ishimura, leading to segregation among the crew as the divide between the believers and non-believers is widened by the discovery of the Marker, an artifact with grave consequences. The back and forth between the remaining crew of the Kellion is still engaging, since they both give you reason to doubt the other. There's a lot more personal stories and extra characters introduced in this remake that make minor changes to the story overall, and it's a nice way of bringing a level of surprise to people who have already played the original and know all the twists. The audio and video logs were more engaging this time round thanks to the improved sound design and acting, and I frequently stopped what I was doing to watch and listen to them. Not all of the text logs were interesting, but some of them were pretty good. The story in the original game was good, the story in the remake is great. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. This remake is another really great one that's come out this year, and just like the Resident Evil 4 remake, will sit alongside the original in a way that, thanks to its changes, allows both to coexist peacefully. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I burnt those necromorphs, I didn't leave anything alive and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Guys, go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Image is a first-person horror game where you play as a child named Sam who fell asleep in front of the TV and witnesses some strange events. Full disclosure, this was a gift from the developer. Atmosphere. Image claims boldly at the start that it's meant to be completely random, but playing through the game twice led to the same experience twice. It's extremely linear to a fault. The atmosphere only activates when you're doing the right thing, and when it works, it manages to be pretty spooky and surreal. Lots of events feel weird and nonsensical, and some things do go on for too long, but it does work in the game's favour, creating a sense of apprehension as you go from one thing to the next. The problem is the scripting. The game grinds to a halt if you don't do exactly what it wants, and it's very unprepared for you to deviate even slightly from the intended path. Not that it tells you what the intended path is. If you don't do exactly the right thing or stand in exactly the right spot, the game waits until you do. This leads to several immersion-shattering moments where the game embarrasses itself in front of you with enemies and scripted events hanging around awkwardly waiting for you to do the right thing. The atmosphere would have been pretty decent, but there's a lot of technical problems and confounding design that ultimately ruined it. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. The game's scares boil down to things flashing up on the screen and bewildering scripted events. The jump scares sometimes suffered from them activating when you weren't looking at them, which led to loud noises but nothing to see. When they did work, some were still only sometimes effective thanks to the immersion problems. The scripted events were the highlight and varied from terrifying to strange and confusing, with the house shaking like there's something huge pounding the roof, to the familiar orange-eyed figure that appeared several times throughout the game, whose effectiveness varied. The randomness of it worked really well to catch the player off guard and made examining them really fascinating for a while, but it felt like some of them were meaningless and didn't go far enough. The game has some good moments, but not enough to get the point. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The soundtrack was pretty good with some low, almost chanting voices and alien-sounding synths. There was a lot of silence that struggled to be eerie, but when the music tracks played, they did a great job helping the atmosphere where they could. The sound effects are of varying volumes and quality, with the footsteps sounding incredibly quiet and muffled, but effects like the house being pounded were actually really good with how thunderous they sounded, even if they did tend to clip the audio limits a bit. There wasn't any voice acting, just a repeating clip of laughing that didn't really change throughout, and whilst initially sort of creepy, it did become a bit cheesy with repeated use. Overall, the sound design with flaws was still functional and never really hurt the experience. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. There were some really nicely done trails of blood that were so thick and dark they looked like they were painted with a brush. There are some other gore-related things in the game, but they're not quite as memorable. Still, whilst there's not really any reason to include the gore, it didn't really feel out of place. That's two Harry Masons. Story. The game opens by telling you that it's 1994 and you're playing as little Sam who fell asleep in front of the TV waiting for his parents and sister. The game refuses to elaborate or explain anything else and doesn't really develop as time goes on. The events that take place seem unrelated from any kind of story unless there's symbolism that leads to something unexpected. The house was a central focus, but it was hard to tell if it really had any significance besides potentially being your house. The game flashes up some hanged corpses at one point or another, but thanks to the lack of story, it didn't really mean anything since it was never revealed who exactly they were. The game's goal is also to put items around a pentagram, but it's again not explained why this is significant or why you're even supposed to do it. The story is pretty much non-existent, but sets itself up to go somewhere at the start, but never does, making the final score 2 out of 5 Harry Masons. The game is about 40 minutes long and has some interesting scenes and some pretty ominous moments, but it was so heavily scripted that it leaves you mulling about trying to figure out which way to leave or progress. If it was more free-form and allowed for more exits, had more events, or had more of a focus on exploration, its surreal nature might have had more room to grow or expand. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I finished the pentagram, I didn't get the point and advise you probably won't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Resurrection of Evil is the expansion pack for Doom 3 and follows another unnamed protagonist as they discover the heart of hell. The game is available on PC and Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. The most prominent feature of the game is the sharp ramp up in difficulty compared with the same setting on base Doom 3. Many more enemies spawn in and a lot of them do more damage. The ammo is scarce, as is healing items, and it makes the combat a lot more intense and frankly stressful. But for me, sometimes it bordered on frustrating. The game also uses the original flashlight mechanic, and with the increased difficulty there were many points where it filled me with dread to think I'd have to put my gun away to get the flashlight out to see where I was going in the absolute darkness. The same lighting transforms the sterile corridors into hiding spots for enemies, and its moody presence along with the impressive sound design make walking the hallways of the Mars base similar but more intense than the base game. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Just like the base game, Resurrection of Evil scares are mostly down to the combat, and it tries harder to surprise the player with random spawning enemies, and whilst this is more intense than it was in Doom 3, it again gets tiring after several areas. It uses some scripted events, with the most prominent one being the giant block moving a few inches down as I passed under it, making me think it was going to fall on me. This happened right at the start and made me optimistic that the game was going to continue along this path, but there weren't really any other moments like that, which was pretty disappointing. The game introduces new mechanics, weapons, and enemies, and most of them don't really contribute anything to the horror, but there is the lost souls that can scare you randomly when they attack you from behind, shaking the game camera. There's also the artifact that shakes the player's hand and has a really creepy animation. This is about it for the scares though. There were less frightening moments than the original game, sadly, but the combat itself was more intense and had more surprises. But it doesn't really compensate for the general lack in scares. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The sound design seems somehow improved over the BFG edition, with less smaller problems that come at the cost of just having less music. There were far less mixing problems in Resurrection of Evil, and it was much easier to hear voices over the gunfire. The voice acting was kind of unremarkable, and some of the voices for the soldiers and scientists seemed sort of cheesy. Petruga makes a return and is the most lively character of the very small group of voiced characters.
Hell reaches out for what is ours. We have been unbound. They have arrived, my children. As I promised.
The sound effects of the guns were the same as before, with the addition of the super shotgun, which sounds glorious. The directional audio was more functional, and that's always a nice thing. Overall, there were a couple of concessions, but the sound design still hits the mark. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. Resurrection of Evil still has a lot of the same blood-stained corridors that were present in Doom 3, and its hellish aspects are fun to behold. And since one of the new mechanics involves using an alien heart to absorb the bodies of the dead for its power, there are far more bodies laying around the base than there were in Doom 3. But the actual effect used for absorbing them was rather tame and a bit disappointing. Blasting zombies with the shotgun and now the super shotgun is just as entertaining as it was in the base game. Even though it's missing the gory cutscenes that Doom 3 had, Resurrection of Evil has minor improvements on the base game's gore. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. Resurrection of Evil begins with another unnamed Marine arriving on the Mars base over a year after the events of Doom 3, and with his squad, unearths an ancient Martian artifact. Upon touching it, he vaporizes his squad but gains control over the artifact. Upon realizing this heart of hell is now awoken, Petruga sends more hell demons through a portal to Mars. The game follows a similar plot as Doom 3 with addition of extra characters to guide the Marine through the levels. There's less cutscenes and the game focuses more on the gameplay.
Dr. McNeil, our assumptions were correct. The artifact is a weapon of unbelievable power.
Again, the game contains a lot of diary entries and video discs to watch and read, but they didn't add a lot to the story from the select few that I bothered to stop to read. There are less of these in the main game, but still quite a few to sift through. Unlike Doom 3, which felt like there was a lot of padding, Resurrection of Evil is trimmed and varied enough, and the gameplay is intense enough to leave the story behind and still enjoy what you're doing. The lack of story didn't seem to harm the experience at the end of the day, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Resurrection of Evil cranks up the intensity but leaves a few things behind. It's got a lot of content that should have been in the main game, and whilst it has a lot of interesting ideas, it never really cements itself as a horror game just like the main game. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I sent the demons back to hell, I did not scream like a banshee or run away with the computer and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Skinwalker Hunt is a first-person survival horror game where you're tasked with hunting down a skinwalker in various areas across the world. The game is available on Steam. Full disclosure, this was a gift from the developer. Atmosphere. Skinwalker Hunt's atmosphere comprises mostly of tension, isolation, and paranoia. The game takes place in a series of large forested environments that feel disorientating and almost claustrophobic with how dense the trees are. The sprawling woods hide many secrets and potential items, and exploring them provides many opportunities for upgrades, but also death, as various other hostile animals will attack you on sight, as well as the constant threat of the Skinwalker, which can rip you to pieces in a few seconds. The woods feel magical in their own dark way, with many spirits and unknown forces seeming to be at work that give off the feeling of being somewhere totally foreign and you're severely out of your depth. The game does such a good job of reminding you how weak you are in comparison to the Skinwalker, since even shooting it with your high-powered rifle barely chips its health bar. The survival elements do provide a sense of respite, with you being able to create campfires and use animal meat for food and setting traps. The mechanics do add a lot to the immersion of the game. The atmosphere keeps itself going with the music playing an eerie dirge as you run through the woods, but what pushes the atmosphere to its peak is the game's notifications. Placing totems allow you to tell whether a Skinwalker is in the area, but destroying an effigy provides the ominous "it's coming" message. The tension reaches an all-time high as you pensively wait to find out where from. The intense cat-and-mouse gameplay keeps the tension high the whole time. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Most of the game's scares come from confrontations with various animals and the Skinwalker itself, with it being able to jump long distances and attack an unprepared hunter. Its damage is pretty extreme, and only if you can land a shot on it does it sprint back off into the woods for the next time it decides to attack. Reloading is agonizingly slow, and this leaves you wide open to being mauled if you're attacked, and you certainly can't outrun it. However, there's usually enough downtime to mitigate this, as you spend a large portion of time specifically looking for it, as well as investigating campsites for items and upgrades. This does leave large gaps between scares, but the atmosphere keeps the momentum going as you explore. Leaving totems can provide you with a bit of insight into its location, but it's a far cry from knowing where it is, leaving you on edge most of the time. And capitalizing on that atmosphere, enemies tend to just jump out of nowhere, making a beeline straight for you, and it's pretty much a jump scare as the sudden sound effect plays a second before you're attacked. Things like snakes are really hard to see, and they can cause a sudden game over if they get you before you get them. The scares are all organic, and it's next to impossible to predict them. That's two Harry Masons. Sound design. The soundtrack is a haunting ambient drone that comes and goes throughout the levels, with each location having slight variation to give them their own personality. The sound effects that play throughout the area are mostly distant animals and whispers. Sometimes the sound of a ghost or the whistle of a healing plant ventures into your ears, the pleasant relief of a dog barking that might lead you to your target, or the eerie howl of something pained travels across the plains. The sound effects can be a bit generic, but you come to appreciate their ability to identify things that you don't always get to see, and the directional audio is on point. Headphones are highly recommended to get the most sound designed advantage. The reverb can be a bit spotty, with some places not having any and others seemingly having more than necessary. But it's barely noticeable since most of the environments are pretty much the same. There's no voice acting, and it didn't seem to need any. Overall, the sound design is simple but very effective. That's 3 Harry Mason. The game has very little gore, but you can still find the occasional blood and bone-strewn cave or mangled traveller that the Skinwalker has ripped to pieces, and it adds a layer of authenticity to the Skinwalker itself. The bodies aren't exactly harrowing, but they're enough to get the point across. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. Skinwalker Hunt follows an unnamed hunter as they chase the Skinwalker across various locations in the world, from France to the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and the story is pretty much non-existent, with there being some text at the start to set things up and the environmental stuff you can pick up from the abandoned cars and dead bodies, and most of that is just someone died while travelling through the area. The opening text really only reveals backstory in the form of a brief diary written by the protagonist where they state what the problem is in the area and how they're here to deal with it. The game doesn't really need a deep story, but it would have been nice to find more tales of travellers who met their end and just general more flavour to add to the world. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Skinwalker Hunt is a game I like a lot. The intense cat versus mouse chipping away at the Skinwalker's health was great alongside the survival mechanics that made me feel like I was working out strategies, and the large maps made the game very replayable for me personally. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I struggled to slay the Skinwalker, I didn't let it get away, and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Lethal Company is a first-person survival horror exploration game where you and up to 3 friends can travel into abandoned facilities to gather things worth selling to a mysterious company that you work for. The game is in early access and available on Steam. Atmosphere. The gameplay loop requires you to keep searching abandoned facilities to sell items to meet the quota, and it only provides you several days to get what you need, so already there's a bit of pressure to get the job done in time, with each time your crew is slain reducing the days you have left to meet the quota, as well as costing you everything you gathered so far. The facilities themselves are often dark and lonely, and thanks to the procedural generation, there's not a lot of variety visually, but enough variation in the way of items, enemies, and layout to make every single foray into the facilities a nerve-wracking experience as you delve deeper to meet your quota, with each place holding new horrors that you can hear clicking or crawling through the vents to remind you that you aren't alone. Even with friends, the game is still tense, and the proximity voice chat goes a long way to making you feel alone when you're separated without a walkie-talkie. There's a sense of paranoia and apprehension as you go into each new room where something horrible is potentially lurking around every corner, and it uses new creatures so sparingly that even after 10 or so hours of playing, we were still seeing new things. Even when you have a walkie-talkie, if you're going in alone and with someone telling you where things are back on the ship, there's a deliberate vagueness to reading the map and conveying enemy locations that makes it more like an approximation as to where the treasures and horrible creatures are, so that you never really feel like you have the advantage or truly know what you're doing. Death comes out of the left field, and you never really were ready for what the moon had in store for you. The game's atmosphere of loneliness is alleviated with friends, and many situations are sometimes side-splittingly funny, but there's a habit to still feel paranoid even when you're laughing. That's 1 Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares are all organic. You never truly see them coming. Whether it's accidentally getting too close to a ball of electric bees or walking out into quicksand, the game's unpredictability with just a small set of things causes a brilliant layering effect where everything that happens feels cleverly orchestrated, but it's completely random. A giant spider chasing you through a corridor that's filled with steam so dense you can't see properly can be utterly terrifying and feels like a cruel trick, but it's again just the circumstances you've gotten into, and things often come together so well that it's hard to believe it wasn't planned. Your inquisitiveness and desperation to continue further for better things to sell will be the death of you. The monster variety is also great, with many of them having unique behaviors and patterns, and some seeming totally docile and others becoming aggressive when you do the wrong thing. It creates a sense of uncertainty, but once you've angered it, running away from them is often hard thanks to the maze-like construction of the facility, like I mentioned with the spider. And whilst this is often fantastic, the procedural generation has its downsides, because when it's good, it's great, but with everything happening randomly, you'll sometimes find certain journeys are completely uneventful or yield nothing much in the way of treasure whatsoever. There's also the side effects of playing games with friends, in that lingering feeling a scary moment has will disappear as you all laugh about it on the ship, assuming you make it back. The game's scares have an incredible amount of potential, and even when they aren't scary, they're a great deal of fun and keep each expedition fresh. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. Lethal Company's sound design is the epitome of simple but effective, with most of the effort going into the voice chat. Something as simple as having your microphone cut off when you die can leave your companions questioning whether you're alive or not, and it's frustrating to watch them go searching for you in an area where you died, leading themselves into danger. Another area where it does a great job is with the sound cues, with a lot of sound effects allowing you to identify a monster by sound alone, and thanks to the directional audio being pretty stellar, you can even identify the sound of monsters crawling around in the vents above you. Though it has its limits, and sometimes it's again vague enough on purpose to let you hear a monster on the floor above you and have it sound like it's on the same floor as you.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check...
The game has some voice acting for the company robot voice, and it's very silly that it cuts into a beat when it gets going, but other than some more dusty, melancholic guitars, the game doesn't have that much in the way of music and prefers to leave you alone with its monsters crawling through the vents, with the reverb-soaked sound of your friend's screams, with the sound of the steam so overwhelmingly loud that you can't hear the turret that just locked onto you. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore really boils down to the blood splatters left by your body when you die, and if there is more, then I've not really had the pleasure of seeing it. The blood itself is pretty fantastic, but it feels like more could have been added to the game when you die in other situations. But there is a limit to the amount of gore whilst also having the same mechanic that lets you sell your fallen friends' bodies, so it's a caveat worth the risk for an amusing mechanic. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The story of Lethal Company is clearly buried within the game somewhere, with the looming corporate building with its tentacle monsters lurking behind the service window, and all the strange logs you can find throughout the game. But in the time we spent playing, we didn't find anything concrete. There's a lot of suggestion towards previous crews and a conspiracy, but it never went anywhere from what we saw, so if there is more in the game, then we have yet to see it. But as it is, there's not a whole lot to go on in the way of story at the moment. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons.
Your honest work is invaluable to the company.
Lethal Company is one of the most impressive multiplayer horror games I've played in a long time, with it coming together so well as to feel like it's out to get you, while also being so silly that it's a miracle the game manages to be frightening at all. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I met the quota, I did not leave too many friends behind and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Christmas Massacre is a slasher horror game where you play as Larry, a crazed murderer who goes on a killing spree over the Christmas period. The game is available on PC, PlayStation, and now Xbox consoles. Atmosphere. Playing as the murderer has a certain weight to it, and the game revels in making the act of slaughtering people into a challenge, to do it as quickly as possible, and increasing your score by reducing your victims to a bloody pile of organs and viscera on the floor. And there's a feeling as you play that this is really messed up. Where is this going? What are you doing? And each time you return home and the Christmas tree talks to you and tells you to go out and kill again, there's this feeling of hopelessness, that more will die by your hand until you fulfill your goal, whatever it is, or you die. The game isn't presented in this way. You're the hero of the story. Larry's just doing what he's told, and when you're hiding in the corner to avoid capture, there's still a sense of tension that you don't want to get caught, not to fail in your goal. And chasing people down the corridor as they run away from you, it's morbid that you'll try harder to catch them, but you will, because more need to die, Larry. Kill them all. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. As the murderer, the game doesn't really have very many scary moments. Sometimes victims will scream loudly as you chase them, sometimes you'll witness something when you're home alone, but the game's scares are very limited, but that's only because you're the most dangerous thing in any given room. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The soundtrack is very 80s and over the top, taking you back to a time of VHS tapes and cassette players. The music is overblown with the twisted, warbling version of Jingle Bells that sounds straight out of a late-night advert for a Christmas-themed porno. The rest of the music is overly loud droning noises and weird tension music that plays as you lurk in the shadows, and it does a great job of generating exactly that. The sound effects are all over the top and very loud and retro, with the only issue being that some of them were in fact too loud that I had to turn the game volume down to make it tolerable. The voice acting is pretty silly, with the Christmas tree being one of the only voiced characters, and its delivery of some of the lines is enough to make you laugh.
I can't sleep, Larry. I need to tell you something, Larry.
The directional audio and reverb are perfectly functional, and generally, whilst the volume is a bit high, the rest of it fits in with what it's setting out to do. That's two Harry Masons. gore. The gore is pretty much a necessity of the game, with, as I stated earlier, reducing victims to a mulch being rewarded in the score. The blood sprays are the most realistic looking things in the game, with the blood going up and across the walls and around the floor. The sound effect for the final hit that turns them into goop is low bitrate and very satisfying too. When you get the flamethrower in the later game, burning people lets their bodies slowly char as they're one, which is a little morbid, but it's effort nonetheless. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. The story of Christmas Massacre seems to be just that Larry was denied access to the Christmas party at the orphanage one time and went on a killing spree as a result. This carried on to his adult life where he continues the tradition. There's elements of his past catching up to him in surreal dream sequences, and the talking Christmas tree is very much a red flag for his mental health, but it's better if you just don't think about the story at all and just do what the tree tells you. After all, he seems like a reliable guy. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Christmas Massacre is a morbid game. You do morbid things. You kill, they die, and at the end you get a score. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool. I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I finished what Larry started, I did not have a bad Christmas and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Merry Christmas.